presentations. So it's just hopefully the planners, if worse comes to worse, they got to jump on the website and look at the staff reports.
Yeah, I've given them some ideas for workarounds.
Okay, I believe I'm good to go whenever you guys are.
So we're missing Jeff?
I'm right here. Can't you see me?
Okay, everyone.
Yeah, I couldn't. Oh, there you are. Okay. My view is funny. Okay, there we go. All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you to Commissioner Smith for holding down the fort in my unavoidable absence. And
My pleasure. Thank you.
I would like to call to order the Malibu Planning Commission regular meeting of June 6th, 2022. This meeting is being held by teleconference due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Commissioners and city staff are participating in this Zoom meeting from remote locations. All votes will be taken by roll call. Members of the public can participate in the meeting or watch it by going to malibucity.org/virtual meeting. At that screen, click on one of two tabs to either watch or sign up to speak on particular items. Those wishing to speak must be present in the Zoom meeting to be recognized. Please sign up before the item has been called by the chair. Those wishing to defer time to someone else intending to speak are not required to sign up, but must be present in the meeting. If instead of speaking, you wish to donate your time to another speaker, please click the raise hand button on the Zoom screen. When the public hearing for that item is open, a speaker may accept up to 5 additional minutes, 1 minute each from each speaker that defers time for a maximum total of 8 minutes. And you see on your screen there where the raise hand button is. Thank you, Alex. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Jennings.
Mute.
You're muted, Jeff, or can we?
No, it's not.
I'm not currently able to hear you, Commissioner Jennings, but I do see that you waved your hand.
Laryngitis?
We had him a minute ago.
We can still see you. We just can't hear you.
Yeah. Maybe you need to restart the app or restart something. We can't hear you.
And Parker or Alex, if either of you have any suggestions, feel free to chime in.
Yeah, Jeff, down in the lower left corner of the Zoom screen, right where the little mute button is, there's a little up caret there. And if you click it, you should be able to select which microphone you're using. And that may be your issue, is you may need to select a different one.
Does that work?
Yes, it did.
Yes.
Very
Perfect.
good.
Perfect. Thank you, tech support.
Thank you, Alex.
Magic. All right, so we were doing a roll call.
Yeah. Commissioner Jennings.
Yes, here.
Commissioner Mazza.
Here.
Commissioner Wetton.
Here.
Vice Chair Smith.
Here.
Chair Hill.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. And may we have an approval of the agenda now? I know there have been some suggested changes. John?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agenda as staff recommends with item 5D moved to June 20th. Is that correct, Richard?
That 5D is in dog, correct?
Actually, I believe we're looking at removing 5D from the agenda and moving 5E to June 20th.
Don't we need to address 5D at some point?
I believe that we would be asking to have it simply removed from the agenda.
You mean continue to a date uncertain?
Right.
I was told the proper term would be to remove it from the agenda because it wasn't properly noticed, but you could also continue it to a date uncertain.
Let's do that, and then we can track down the noticing issue. If it needs to be renoticed, staff can renotice it.
It has already been renoticed, and it has been noticed for the June 20th meeting.
In which case we should continue to that specific meeting then. Right?
Okay, and then that would be true of 5E as well.
June 20th?
Yes.
And 5E, so that the commission is in the know, there was an applicant request. The applicant contacted staff and asked if, due to the owner's absence, if we could request that the commission continue it to the 20th when the homeowner is available.
Okay, and is there any change on 5A after the Coastal Commission letter?
There are no changes. Our coastal engineer is available to answer those questions, to explain the research or the materials that were required and the studies done.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat it. I am making a motion to approve staff's recommendation with 5D and E moved, continued to June 20th.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
We need a second.
Do we have a second?
Oh, second,
I'll second
anybody? Jeff?
Thank you. Commissioner Mazza,
Yes.
Commissioner Jennings,
Yes.
Commissioner Wetton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith,
Yes.
Chair Hill,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And now may we have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on May 27th, 2022.
All right, thank you. That takes us up to item 2A, written and oral communications from the public. Rebecca, what do we have? Who do we have there? How many, roughly?
My apologies. I'm having some major technical issues at the moment, and I'm going to need to relog in to be able to view the meeting. It seems to have bounced me out.
We hear you. We can hear you.
I'm in the Zoom meeting. I'm talking about the Prime Gov part where I can tell who signed up, but I think I'll be there shortly. My apologies.
Okay, so, all right. So we'll wait for you to come back. In the meantime, I see Lonnie has a hand up. If we could, I don't know who's.
Okay, all right.
Who else is here? Is Patricia here?
I am able to be in here in just one moment. It's loading.
We could start with Lonnie, if Richard, if you want to keep.
I actually believe we have several people intending to donate time. And could I ask those of you who would like to donate time for public comment to raise their hands in the meeting? I believe Lonnie is one of those people. My understanding is that Rosemary was also planning to do this.
It looks like you
And
have,
Colin?
I see Bill Sampson, Rosemary, Pat Healy, and Lonnie all with raised hands.
Okay, so,
And there's Colin Drummond now,
okay.
Rebecca.
Yeah.
So can you open microphone first for Lonnie?
Yeah, Lonnie, if this is just a quick procedural question, otherwise we'll take the people in the order that they signed up. Lonnie?
I'm donating my time to Joe Drummond.
Okay, that's all you needed to say?
That's
Yes.
it. Good,
Yeah.
except good evening, and
Good
thank you for what you're doing.
Good evening, Lonnie. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, and then Pat Healy? Are you intending to donate time as well?
Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to confirm that agenda item 5E was taken off the agenda for tonight, so I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosemary?
I donate my time to Joe Drummond.
Thank you. Colin?
Hi, I donate my time to Joe.
Thank you. And Bill Sampson?
We need an enunciation guide. There is a Rose Marie present who just donated her time to Joe. My wife, Rosemary, has not raised her hand. She has a severe hearing deficit. She is donating her time to Joe Drummond. I am not, but I am speaking for her and am so authorized, and I have to do that more than either one of us would like.
All right, I will be calling on you.
Oh, Rosemary,
later.
raised her hand. You can drop your hand, sweetie.
Oh, there she is.
Okay, and thank you very much. So we have 3 minutes added to Joe Drummond's time, if it is the pleasure of the commission. Is that acceptable to you?
I thought I saw at least 4 donating hands, no?
I believe Bill is still speaking on his own behalf, and he was simply helping his wife communicate.
Okay, well, if that's incorrect, I'm sure we'll hear it from Joe. And in future, maybe we can figure out a way to just be able to say if your hand is up now, that means you're donating time, and presumably they are in the meeting because they just put their hand up. So we don't need to go through the whole recitation.
I can double check that. I was told that we do need a verbal confirmation of who they're intending to donate to.
Yeah, because we don't know which person they would want to send it to. And we also have Pat Healy here tonight, who actually didn't want to donate. So it's probably better just to quickly check.
Right. Okay. Nonetheless, maybe there's a way to streamline. Anyway, okay, so we're on to the comments, and let's take them in the order we received them.
And so our first speaker will be Joe Drummond.
Okay.
Hi there.
Hi, Joe.
I do have 4 speakers donating to me, including
Okay.
Rosemary, but I don't think I think I'll just need 6 minutes max, probably more like 5.
We've got 7 now, so ready to go.
Okay, Honorable Planning Commission and Planning Director Richard Malika. I make these comments for the record. There have been improper substitution of administrative plan reviews in lieu of required public coastal development permit hearings and proper notice to the public for fire rebuilds over 10%. I request the city cure and correct administrative errors and respectfully demand conducting permit revocation hearings for the following developers who impermissibly obtained exemptions, which can include environmental review and other CDP requirements on APR WF 19-033, APR WF 20-063, APR WF 20-037, APR WF 20-055, APR WF 19-040, APR WF 21-008, APR WF 19-059, APR WF 19-065, and APR WF 19-180. Plus 10% fire victims should not be penalized for planning and council's non-compliance. Only those who intended to profit from fire burnout lots by building over 30 to 70% larger should go through this process. There needs to be an investigation to expose to the public how these administrative processing errors occurred and the impact of local influence peddling on these practice by staff to choose to incorrectly implement to apply an APR administrative planning review to circumvent the local coastal plan development permits for the overriding fire rebuilds over 10%. Basically discover who was involved to complete this illegal activity. The financial costs that the city has imposed on taxpayers by granting development approvals using incomplete criteria must be disclosed. As stated by another resident today, over 600 homes were lost in Malibu and up canyon, some technically in LA County. The vast majority, 3.5 years later, have not been rebuilt. Many sadly gave up and sold their properties to investor speculators. The city of Malibu was supposed to protect Malibu in the rebuilding process and abide by our codes while quickly assisting the true victims. This is their baseline obligation. To do that, they created a fast track option. And if any victim rebuilds and only adds on 10% in size, their permits are sped up and they go to the very front of the line before all other permits. That is how it was supposed to work. Instead, this didn't turn out in their favor. Fire rebuild option number 4 was schemed and created to change our neighborhoods with homes 40 to 50% larger, being exempted from the lengthy and detailed coastal development permit process and effectively cut in front of burnout victims who submitted conforming projects. As in the email I sent to you all last week, the Coastal Commission on May 25th, 2022, has verified that the Malibu municipal codes have not been followed for any fire rebuilds over 10% in Malibu. They also go against the Coastal Act. I and many residents are quite upset that this has been brought up several times with the Planning Department and Planning Commission, yet nothing was ever investigated or done about this. These second illegal exemptions being applied wrongfully on fire rebuilds over 10% have contributed to the backlog of like-for-like fire rebuilds. It is the Planning Department and Commission's duty to follow the vision and mission statement by, at the very least, following the codes we have in place. My last public comment mainly dealt with one specific address at 6244 Bush Drive in Malibu, which was purchased by Council Member Karen Ferrer, who knowingly went against and bypassed the codes that she voted on. This comes from the top down from the former city manager, planning director, and obviously City Council Member Ferrer, who are friendly with developers, or as in the latter, is a developer in this case. Her property also is within 100 feet of Asha and somehow avoided the CDP process and received a certificate of occupancy without her on-site wastewater treatment system approved yet, which is how we found out about this project. There are many other projects that have gone through with this second exemption that should not be applied to fire rebuilds. 11 of these were by developers and not fire victims who made the new homes almost 50% larger. This caused rapid overdevelopment of much larger homes in our neighborhoods by exempting the requirement for a CDP. This was never added or amended in the LIP or MMC during meetings with the Coastal Commission, which again, they just confirmed. On January 10th of this year, your commission voted on Ordinance 445 of the MMC. One of the amendments you made was to the heading of section 13.4.1 to read as follows: exemption for improvements to existing single-family residents. So you should have been made aware and brought at least 45 projects that were not building on an existing structure and were actually illegally exempted from a CDP. The only exemption is for like plus 10% that would apply for any fire rebuild that was once there as per section 13.4.6 of the MMC. It's important to note that Councilmember Farrer voted for this ordinance on February 11, 2019, so she knowingly bypassed the law and codes written and amended. Planning has been using the exemption of 13.4.1 to complete these second exemption applications, which discusses attaching to an existing structure. There is no structure to attach to with a burnout. Therefore, this second exemption is ineligible. Finally, option 4 has been removed from the Fire Rebuild website, but what amends and repercussions will now follow? We are just trying to get the planning department to follow the codes and be consistent to preserve and stop the densification of our neighborhoods. In-kind plus 10% rebuilds are being apparently approved within 7 months for some people, but others have to wait years. Larger projects that should have gone through CDP process but did not have also been fast-tracked, such as Ms. Farrer's purchase of a burnout that was 43% larger and was fast-tracked in only 9 months. Through these dark processes, without notice and behind closed doors, these approvals densified the neighborhood. A decision needs to be made regarding the developer projects that have been made to profit off fire rebuilds that use illegal option number 4. CDPs definitely need to be applied to those in progress. Ms. Farrer's certificate of occupancy at 6244 Bush Drive should be rescinded and code enforcement applied to go through the proper CDP process. An example needs to be set so that this does not ever happen again. It is clear that the Coastal Commission staff concurs that the city has violated the Coastal Act in these matters by issuing these permits. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Scott Dietrich.
I didn't think it would take so much time.
Hi, Scott.
Thank you, Craig and commissioners and staff. I've got to say, if what Joe is saying is true, we've got a real problem on our hands. All those people that were doing 10% like for like that got pushed to the back of the line might want to sue us, and I think we're in danger. But I want to speak on something else, and namely the stupid tower at the Public Works Commission, and I am speaking as a private citizen and not as a Public Works Commissioner. You cannot believe the anger from all 5 of us about that tower that was put in. So staff told us that it was done under an urgency ordinance because it never came in front of us. Well, urgency, but it's still sitting there. It doesn't have a permit to actually function, and it'll be sitting there for quite some time, I suspect. But I'd like you guys to consider this. We were told it doesn't come in front of Public Works because it's not a city project. Fair enough. We were told it's a private project. I don't know when LASD and the library has suddenly become private and not a public entity, but that's what they seem to be saying at staff. Furthermore, where were the story poles? Story poles are supposed to protect anyone around that has a view issue or the public. They were not put in clearly. And therefore, I believe that this tower is in violation of our code and we should tear it down. And I urge you to agendize this tower. I know that in theory, because John spoke at Business Roundtable about it, in theory, there was a sketch, there was going to be some sort of a tower, but not this monstrosity. I think this is one of the worst things that's happened to Malibu in terms of view and what we're trying to protect in our vision statement to keep Malibu rural. So I'd urge you to agendize this, to direct staff to order that it be removed and properly permitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker will be Ryan Embry.
Hi, Ryan, can we hear you?
Yes, I'm speaking on the illegal wireless communications pole at 23555 Civic Center Way. The pole is not a replacement of the like kind for the tower that previously existed and was shorter. You could see through the other tower, and this is an inverted thing with its bulk and mast at the top of the pole rather than at the base of the structure. Second, this was supposed to be a facility integrated into the rebuild and the architecture and integrated into the project site of the Santa Monica College buildings, with the primo architects hired to do that project and include integration of a sheriff's substation into that building structure as well. And I wanted to say that there's been no tower transmitting for 3 years in this location, and that the assertion that this is an emergency communications tower has no force or effect. It is for regular communications by the uses of the county, and it included a commercial component for lease revenue from at least one wireless carrier, and it looks like they're proposing, trying to sell it to a second carrier because of the dual cage at the top. There was only one carrier previously on the antenna tower, that was Verizon, and they've relocated to a separate facility on the same parcel out of view east of the library. And so it's been proven that the height of that other facility is adequate for the needs in the Civic Center area. Verizon also received approval for another site on Cross Creek Road closer to Pacific Coast Highway, which seemed like a redundant, unnecessary site. So we don't need a third one in this area. And the county is a public agency, and this is publicly owned property. And I spoke to this item during the scoping sessions for Santa Monica College and was told that it would be integrated into the facility. That was not done. And I'm sorry, but the county doesn't get a pass because they simply own the property or want to claim it or self-designate it as an emergency communications facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Any other speakers, Rebecca?
I believe that concludes the speakers who have signed up in advance, unless there is somebody else present in the meeting who wishes to speak and has not donated time and can indicate so by raising their hand.
I see that Bill Sampson has raised his hand and somebody else. It says 2 participants.
I did not donate my time. My wife donated her time. I spoke on her behalf earlier, just to tell you that. So I did intend to speak now.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, saying all that, I had initially, several hours ago, thought I would donate my time to, can you turn on the clock for me? Thank you. To donate my time to Joe. And that became unnecessary. So, and I got up at 3 o'clock to take my sister to the airport so she could go home to Germany. So I'm less prepared than I might have been. I would second what Joe said. And one of the things Scott said about potential lawsuits concerns me greatly. What Mrs. Ferrer did stinks, period. Whether it's unlawful or not, that's probably something City Council is going to have to deal with. I think it may well be. It smells bad. She took advantage of a situation using her position. That's never a good thing for a public official. It's a bad thing. You can add it to a list of things she's done, but that may be as bad as any. And if people are going to sue, unfortunately, since I will pay for that misfeasance or malfeasance as a taxpayer, nevertheless, you guys probably ought to ask your lawyer whether or not it is now necessary to put the insurance carrier on notice of a potential claim if there are potential claims. It troubles me greatly. I don't want to pay for this. I would urge you as a body to suggest to the city council that Mrs. Ferrer immediately resign. It will remove the stench of that deal from our city. I doubt that she'll do it. I don't know if 3 of you would even recommend it. I don't know if any of you would recommend it, but it's time. That would be a great idea. Next, I'll proceed on to the poll. The poll's ugly, shouldn't be there. It looks like, once again, somebody greased some wheels. It stinks to high heaven. If you can get it torn down, please tear it down. And I may have missed it last time. I think it's a great thing that the 3 of you at the last meeting that were there. Well, I guess Jeff was there and properly recused himself. He probably may like the result. I'm not asking, but keeping the traffic down there on Morningview and not sending it up past Jeff's house and everybody else's up in Malibu Park was a good piece of work. I hope that all 3 of you answered my question posed then, and I don't remember any of you answering as to whether or not anyone planned to bid on any of the work at Malibu High School. I hope the answer for 3 that were present 2 weeks ago in all 3 cases is no. I hope it still is. I just didn't happen to hear it. I did ask that question. Urge the council to ask Mrs. Ferrer to resign. It's past due. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bill. And
Thank you.
I see also somebody, Kristen Kaleo.
So Kristen, I just want to clarify that this is public comment that is for matters that are not currently on the agenda. I know you are part of the applicant team for an item we're hearing later in the meeting. If you want to speak about something that is unrelated to your project, you may do so now. Otherwise, we will call on you when your item is called. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. The hand went up and down a few times. So no other public speakers then, it looks like, correct?
Correct.
No hands. All right. And then we're back up to the Planning Commission table, item 2B. Understanding that we cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda other than just a brief question or quick mention. Given that, I still think there are probably several items that just came up in public speaking that several of us probably have a comment about, and it might be useful rather than just going, Commissioner, 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 give us all your stuff at once. Maybe if we just picked out a couple of those topics, then we could have Richard or whoever needs to address it kind of answer things quickly in a more coherent way. In particular, I think people might have some questions about the APRs or the over like for like plus 10% issue, and people may have some comments about the tower. Questions of Richard on either of these things. Why don't we start with the first one that Joe brought up? Oh, Mark, you have a question there.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think we've addressed all of these issues in prior meetings. So, I mean, they're just sort of being rehashed. I don't know what's different than the last time we addressed them.
Okay.
The poll, the 10% plus fire rebuilds. What was the other thing?
I think that those were mainly the key things.
I mean, I just wonder how much time we should spend on stuff we've already and staff's already addressed.
Yeah,
I mean,
not much.
We can, but
not much. But if you do have some new questions or something, that would be the time. John, is your comment about the APRs and the like for like plus 10 stuff?
No, it's about the poll and the June hotel.
All right. Well, let's consolidate any comments about the poll. Go ahead on just that.
Okay, about a month and a half ago, I asked Richard if we could do something about the color, not the pole itself, since the building is, I think, 42 feet high or something, that we could at least maybe paint the bottom half of it brown. And Richard had said he could ask the FAA since they were in charge of the color. I just wondered if that ever happened.
Okay. And Richard, well, I guess go ahead with that answer.
Sure. Yes, I reached out to the project, the applicant that we had, our construction contact. He gave me the information, or excuse me, he passed along my information to the college district, dealing with too many school districts, but the college district. And I have not heard back from them because, one, we explained to them that they needed to apply for the 2 use permits. And then, yes, color was going to be the part of that package, was to ask them if they could make a request to change the color. I don't know if it's an official appeal or just what it is, but I have not yet heard back. I have followed up with our contact, and I know that he forwarded the information. And the only other item that I know is that the college district did put in a public records request to ask the city for all records from that hearing that took place, the public hearing where the poll was approved. But I have not forgotten your request, because I think it's a very reasonable one.
Thank you.
Okay, other comments on the tower? I just would ask Richard, just to clarify, it seems like the original tower was view permeable and it was for emergency use. And now this one, we're hearing that they're renting out space to third parties in a commercial manner. Is that something that we're going to get to the bottom of with the records request that you've initiated?
Adrian, do you want to answer? I know we put together a memorandum for folks that shows, it's on the city's website. We have the approval documents from the public hearing where the plans were shown and all. But Chair Hill is correct. They are 2 different types of towers. But I believe the old tower was a Verizon site too.
Well, and then we just heard from Ryan that he thinks that Verizon's requirements have been met already. John, is this?
Well, the staff has done a good job on large projects on our website. So if you go to the planning department and you put long-term in the planning department on the website, there's a category long-term projects, and people click on Santa Monica College. There's all kinds of stuff, all the hearings, all the drawings, everything. So the public can do their own research without having a huge report. It's right there. There's probably 1,000 pages there.
Okay, thanks, John. I just wanted to ask Richard on the APR question. Joe made the assertion that the code has not been followed for any of the over 10% permits. Can you characterize that or respond to that in some way?
Certainly. We did receive, as Joe mentioned, the letter from the Coastal Commission. We are looking into that because I don't know how many folks have looked in there. There's not an exact definition of what is existing. So we are looking into the issues raised by the Coastal Commission letter. We've also made the City Council aware of the letter, and as was brought up in Joe's correspondence or his public comment, as a precautionary measure, while investigating the issues raised by the Coastal Commission, we did remove those options from the city website, and we've put all of the pending approvals. So this would be anybody who does not have a issued notice of decision on hold while we look into this issue. And like I said, we're going to go back to the Coastal Commission, and this would also be something to keep the council aware of.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments from commissioners? Jeff.
Right, on the APR business. there's one fundamental mistake in what's talked about, and that is that somehow that these projects would have to have a coastal development permit and the full panoply of notice and hearings and all the rest of that stuff. That would be one way to go for a burnout victim, but it's not the only way to go. And from prior comments by Joe, what I understand the complaint is that the PV plus 10% or the PV needs to be completed, needs to be built, needs to be buttoned up and get a certificate of occupancy, and then and only then can you apply for the remodel. The stunning inefficiency of that suggestion really doesn't bear much more comment, but it's really a dispute about the interpretation of that provision of the LIP. And in that dispute, when the Coastal Commission delivered our LIP as LLCP to us, basically the exact words were, okay, here's your document. It's up to you to interpret it. None of these projects could be in the appealable zone. By definition, they have to be out of the appealable zone. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not an issue on which a Coastal Commission staffer bears much weight. If you're worried about lawsuits, several hundred people have spent thousands and thousands of dollars on architects and consultants, myself included, on the invitation of the city's government that this is the process could be followed. You're worried about lawsuits from people who feel that they were somehow not treated in the queue. If you want to worry about lawsuits, worry about the people whose money has been wasted by following the invitation that the city gave out. That concludes my comments for this. As far as the rest of it is concerned, we got an election coming up. The silly season has started, so we're just gonna have to put up with this for the time being.
All right, thanks, Jeff. John?
Yeah, a quick comment on that. In the past, the city had a policy that you did have to finish the CDP and wait 6 months to get a new one. It's called Serial Development Policy. Somewhere along the line, it kind of faded away. I don't know when or how. That's just a comment there. My other question for the night is, I go to the Business Roundtable, and they give a pretty comprehensive report of what's going on in business in Malibu every first Friday of the month. And one of the things they announced was that the Native Motel was now the June Hotel, with full permits to operate and in operation with a swimming pool and a kitchen. And I might add landscaping, which I never heard as a planning commissioner. I never saw a zone change. So I just wondered if there's any truth to that.
Commissioner Mazza, did I hear you correctly? A hotel or?
It's
called the June Hotel.
Okay. You are correct, Commissioner. They have a pending application that is supposed to come before this committee for review. And the only permits that they had that did not have to go before this committee, or excuse me, this commission, were their fire rebuild. It wasn't even really a rebuild. It was more of a almost a remodel, just fixing up the fire damage, smoke damage. So I will look into that, and we will make contact with the owner because yes, the landscaping, for example, that was part of the whole application that was going to come before the commission. That landscaping was planted without the benefit of permit. We asked them to cut a lot of it back because the height of it in the front yard setback. So there is a code enforcement action there. So I'll be glad to look into that and find out what's going on with their operations, because they should be doing no more than what they were doing prior to the fire.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments, questions?
Oh, I have one little little one.
Oh, go ahead, John.
And that is that hopefully we still get our July or August break and we don't have a meeting every week for the next 6 months.
The July 4th or July 5th rather meeting has been canceled.
Okay, Mark.
I just wanted to say, respond to Mr. Sampson's comments that he wanted to know if any of the commissioners were bidding on the high school project. And I just wanted to state to him and for the record that I'm not a contractor. I don't do public works projects. So I don't nor have I ever been engaged in that type of work. So no.
I'd like to say the same, although I'd love to have the taco truck contract.
Right.
Okay, I have two comments, try to be quick. One, maybe it's just my own bias, but it seems pretty clear that the way forward is with hybrid meetings. There's lots of virtues of in-person meetings, and there's some benefits of doing the remote, and that if we could just integrate it into one model, then we wouldn't have to constantly be shifting gears and renoticing things, or, when the next variant comes out, whatever. And I got the sense at a council meeting, I think it was 2 meetings ago now, that they were kind of going that way. And they actually asked staff, how long would it take to kind of put together this hybrid proposal? And, based on looking at what other cities and institutions are doing that way. And staff said, oh, we think about a month. But then council kind of didn't pick up the trick and didn't actually order them to go ahead and explore that or do anything. So I'm just mentioning it now because I think we kind of need to lean on them to resolve this one way or the other. My second comment, I forget what I was doing exactly, but I was looking through the LCP and suddenly came upon LUP 1A that talks about ESHA. And it's interestingly, ESHA is presumptive. The language of it says, the ESHAs in the city of Malibu are, and then it lists a bunch of biomes: riparian areas, streams, native woodlands, native grasslands, savannas, chaparral, coastal sage, scrub, dunes, bluffs, wetlands, unless there is site-specific evidence that establishes that a habitat area is not especially valuable because of its special nature or role in the ecosystem. In other words, all those types of biomes are presumptively ESHA unless site-specific evidence shows them not to play a valuable role. And I've never seen evidence anywhere that finds a particular biome does not play a valuable role in nature. So it's hard to prove a negative assertion. So as a practical matter, I think that leaves outside ESHA status any biome that has been disturbed legally, which is a fair bit of the city. But the main point here is that the evidentiary burden seems to be the opposite of what the city biologist has been treating it for years. I'm sure some of you, probably Jeff, has an opinion about this. Reading that seems pretty clearly it's ESHA unless we have proof that it's not. What's your take on that, Jeff, in particular?
It was always that way, and primarily because the coastal staff realized that they couldn't do a fine-grained analysis of each piece of property to determine whether it was or was not ESHA. So we've got these ESHA maps, which designated certain areas as being ESHA, including the parking lot outside my office here, because there's a nice canopy of trees. It was designated as ESHA. So the Coastal Commission always said, look, we think that this is the broad scope, but when you have a site-specific study, then you can make the determination. So I'm not sure that what we've been doing is anything different than what they intended originally.
Okay, well, anyway, something to keep an eye on moving forward. All right, that's it for my comments. I think unless there are other comments, we're moving on to the consent calendar then. Item 3.
Richard may have some comments.
Did we get staff comments?
Yeah, I'm sorry, staff comments. We'd heard it. We'd heard something from you guys already. I didn't realize. Yeah, go ahead, Richard.
No problem. Thank you very much. Our comments, well, one was going to be the letter from the Coastal Commission, which we addressed tonight already. One, I wanted to just provide a quick update for everybody. The school district did confirm with us they would be removing the rearmost parking lot. I'm sorry, the parking lot F for L. I'm sorry, it escapes me, but it was the one that was requested by the Planning Commission in their recommendation and the comments from the public. So I wanted to make sure that that was known. We have asked the school district to provide us with a updated site plan so that when this gets in front of the city council, it's very apparent for those who have concerns over that particular parking area. So I wanted that to be voiced. And with that, that concludes my comments. And unless there's any other questions that the commissioners have for us.
Thank you, Richard. That sounds good. All right. In that case, we're now on to item 3A, previously discussed items of which there are none. So 3B, new items on the consent calendar. Does anybody want to pull any of these?
I want to pull 3B2 for a quick comment. No staff report necessary.
Do we need a sec? No, we don't need a second. Okay, any others, anybody? I guess I have a quick question on 3B3. It hardly needs to be pulled, but no staff report. But so let's go to 3B2 then. Jessica. Oh, hi. Hi, Jessica. There she is. Welcome. Go ahead.
She didn't need to do a
I
staff.
think we need a motion on 3B1.
It's a receive and file.
It's a receive and file, so we don't need a motion, correct then? All right.
And then we just need the chair to confirm that item 3B1 is received and filed without objection, and we can go on to the next item.
By acclamation, 3B1 is received and filed. John, you're the one who actually wanted to take the lead on 3B2, right? What's your question?
Right. My question is, last meeting we had a house that it was the meeting before last. Of course, last meeting was the school. We had a house, I think it was on Andromeda, that was no longer going to be a rehab, but the septic tank was planned as if it was, with 25 employees and 7 patients. And this particular one is a rehab with seven employees and 6 patients, and they both have the same size tank, this giant tank. Is there a reason why we don't just give everybody a 7,500 gallon tank and don't even bother with permits with coming to the Planning Commission? Because it seems like it's a random number. It's not calculated by how many people are using the tanks, apparently, when you're off by 20 people.
I see John Yaroslawski has his hand up. He may be the one to call on. Would you, Jessica, I guess it's your call.
I was actually just going to say that the system designer is available for questions. He'd be best able to answer that regarding how the system was designed and for the number of employees.
Trevor, is that?
I was just going to say, if we're going to hear from them, we should take disclosure and open it up for the public if anybody else wants to speak also.
Even if they're city staff? Isn't Yaroslawski, isn't he?
No, he
is not city staff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was the consultant on this one. Okay. Then in that case, let's take disclosures. Dennis?
None.
Mark?
None.
Jeff?
None.
John?
None.
None for me either. Okay, we don't need a public. So, okay, we're going to take public comment then. Actually, I saw Yusef Wallace. I can't quite read, the whole name isn't fitting on there.
Yusuf's item was item 3B1, which was received and filed by acclamation.
He was one of the parties on that. Oh yeah, right. So in that regard, I think we probably don't need to hear from him. Let's open it briefly. Yusef, if you have a very quick comment.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to double check before I drop off. Do you need me on this call any longer?
No, we don't. Thanks for
Okay.
checking in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Now to John Yaroslawski.
Thank you, Commissioners. So on these rehab / sober living facilities, the size of the tank is really 2 parts. One part is the treatment system, and that is based on the flow. And the flow on these is usually higher. They usually use a larger treatment tank because if you think about it, like we talked about last time, we have a lot of master bedrooms instead of one master bedroom and a bunch of bedrooms that might just have one person in them. A lot of these, they might have two people in it, and then the number of employees is based on their actual use. So if you look at my design report, I run calculations based on the number of employees, the number of people that are in the rooms, and it comes up with a treatment capacity, gallons per day. And the big tank that you guys are talking about is a 5,000 gallon equalization tank that I tend to use on these projects because the septic tank sizes aren't, it's not like I could get a 4,000 gallon tank or a 3,200. They're standard sizes. So the 5,000 gallon tank will give more equalization, which is a good thing. So if they have a lot of water use during a certain period of the day, we can equalize it throughout the day. So I guess it looks canned and maybe I don't need to actually engineer it, but I do engineer each one specifically.
Okay, thank you, John. I think this is for, Jessica or maybe Richard. John's question seemed to be more to the point of, to what extent or do we account for the anticipated use of a particular facility?
Sure. I do wish we had someone here who could, from our environmental health staff, to explain. But my understanding is that when it comes to the tank sizing, part of it has to do with, as was just explained, with these tanks are standard sizes, but sometimes there's also impacts due to dosing. Based on the geotechnical report, the geology of the site, it may not be able to disperse fast enough, percolate fast enough. And in some cases, a larger tank may be needed just because you can't empty or have the flow come out of that tank. It can't be at the same rate. So a larger tank acts as a gigantic buffer. But if it is something that the commission would like, we could look at somehow trying to get one of the city staff who specializes in these types of reviews and advises our department. The planning department, for the most part, we look at siting and then also permit, just the general CDP processing. But the actual technical expertise on this comes from Paolo Quinto, I want to say, and he's the city's expert on this, who works under Yolanda.
So it doesn't matter if it's a rehab or a family, they can just say what size they want, and you guys just go from there and try to accommodate them. Jeff?
I think this was explained to us at the last meeting, or not the last meeting, but the one before. And I think the one before that. The code specifies the minimum size. There is no maximum size.
So there's no regard for what the use of the property will be in the end. I think that was the question, right, John? What was that?
Most of my question was, and by the way, this is a 7,500 gallon tank. My real question was, if there's no maximum and people ask for a maximum, we automatically give it to them. Why are we having all these hearings? It seems like we have the whole house goes through the AP process, never comes to us. Then all of a sudden we have to do their septic tank, which we make no decision on. We just say, it's okay. How do we change that to where we don't waste our time and staff report on a bunch of trees, deciding whether a tank's okay if it's 7,500 when the next door neighbor has a 2,000 one? It's just doesn't make sense to me that we spend all this time and all these engineers engineers I can see, but why it's in the planning department approval process by the planning commission is a real question.
The answer boils down to the city's LCP. The way that the local coastal program is written, it requires that a CDP be obtained for a wastewater treatment system. When the city first obtained its local coastal program, some of you may remember, we actually had to have full hearings on these. We processed an amendment to remove that requirement so that at least it's just a reporting. There was also I want to say before the fire, there was the local area management plan. Trevor, I don't know if you're familiar with that LAMP that the previous building official was working on, but there was a move before the fire to look at removing these systems altogether from exactly what Commissioner Mazza is saying, from the planning department's purview, and having this handled by the city's environmental health specialist and building official. But those code amendments have, I think because of the fire, the momentum was lost, but it was called the local area management plan. And the goal of that was to process an amendment to the city's local coastal program that would essentially remove the need for a public, at least now, reporting.
So my point would be, I think that time is worth it, but whatever, it's up to you.
Understand, Commissioner. And yes, we just need to get that back on our council list of the priority list by the council of tasks for the department.
I think the LAMP itself actually might have been approved. It just needs to go through the actual amendment process to the LCP.
Yes, I think that's really where we are, is that we just need to get an amendment put together and get it in front of this body for a recommendation, and then off to the council.
Okay, thank you. Can we receive and file 3B2?
Sure can.
Yes, okay, then I had the quick question on 3B3. I had a conversation with Adrian about it today. On extensions for other things, we had found that it would be prudent to have refer to some official declarations regarding the things like COVID and supply chain shortage, so that we had some evidentiary backup that we could refer to, so to just act as a bulwark in case somebody comes in waving their hands. They said, yeah, I haven't really done anything for 3 years. COVID, it's because COVID. And, you know, we want to be able to reference something concrete. And so I thought this was really just a question for the commission to kind of decide to what extent, like in this case, in Vetus's application here, you can read it and you can understand that this is all legitimate. And at least my own perspective is it's easy to say yes on this one. I don't know that that's always going to be the case. And so the question is, for example, do we include the recitals like we did in past applications for anybody who says, yeah, it was COVID or it was supply chain? Or do we just incorporate them by reference and maybe say, yeah, if you have a legitimate COVID thing, I don't know. How much documentation do we need when somebody comes in and just says, it's not because I'm lazy or I didn't have the money or any number of other reasons, it's COVID. Any thoughts on that?
One thing I can tell the commission is that we did document, we did issue a letter to folks during the period of time that Assembly Bill 1561 was active. We did issue letters documenting that contact was made with the department. An extension was requested and pursuant to 1561 granted. So the folks that you see in front of you, there is documentation that they came to us. I don't know if that completely answers your question, but I know that there was a concern I felt like there might be a concern that folks might just be coming to us after the fact. And I want to explain that is not the case.
Well, and just so I understand, that the one you're talking about now, that's the 18-month extension?
That is correct. So what happened was once that bill became effective, anybody who submitted an extension, we notified them that a public hearing was not required. Well, that met the criteria.
Right.
We explained to them a public hearing was not required, and we issued a letter to them so they had a further record that pursuant to that assembly bill, they were granted an extension to whatever date it would extend to.
Right. And in this particular case, they did the 18 months and now they're asking for an additional. And in their case, I think they've probably made the case, but it just as a more general question. how much should we be asking in terms of documentation from people? Dennis, you had a comment there?
Yeah, I guess now that this has come up, first of all, I think we've talked way too much about septic tanks. Number two, we give extensions. You get 2 years and you get 1 year. Why do we have to beat somebody up over an extension? That's one thing they get here in town. They get to have a 2 year on their first, and they get to have a 1 year on their second. However this works out for these folks, and I guess they came before staff and asked for it, then just, geez, give it to them. What are we talking about?
John?
Because the law, the code requires it, and we've had people come in and say, gee, I want to go live with my granddaughter for 2 years. Give me an extension for 2 years. You know, it has to be a legitimate reason. Because
it is a legitimate reason. What difference does it make? They're going to end up having to pay.
Like saying, what difference does it make if you violate a law? It's
my God.
Law. You have to have the hearing. If you want to change the code, you change the code.
Okay, well, I can see that this is becoming sort of rhetorical, but nonetheless, I think the question is still out there about documentation, something to be sensitive to. All right, so that's a receive and file.
Hold on, we did call the item, so we should take disclosures and see if there are any public comments.
And it's not a receive and file, it requires a motion.
Yeah, I move that we do whatever we need to do.
First, we should take disclosures and see if there's anyone that wants to speak.
I'll just ask, does anybody have a disclosure?
No.
None. I think none for all of us. Public speakers, anybody in the room, Rebecca?
There are no individuals signed up to speak on this item unless someone is present in the meeting and wishes to do so by indicating with the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen.
Oh, Vetus is here. Hi, Vetus.
And could you, thank you.
There we go.
Hi, Vetus. Commissioners, thank you so much. I'll gladly answer questions about how hard we've worked over the past year to get this thing approved. We have all our approvals in place. This thing did not sit idle. It just was not a simple project. It is now fully approved and ready to issue. And I hope you can grant us this extension because we are ready to go. And this owner is insisting on starting just as quickly as possible. But I just couldn't get it done in time. So we're ready to go now.
All right. Well, thank you, Vetus. I think we're all on that same page. It was more a question of a more general application for future cases. Okay. So with that, I think we can close the public hearing. And
I believe we need a first and second on this.
I move we do what Jeff thinks we should do.
You move staff recommendation?
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay. And
Commissioner Mazza,
yes.
Commissioner Jennings,
Yes.
Commissioner Wetton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith,
Yes.
Chair Hill,
yes.
motion carries.
All right. That brings us up to item 5A, new public hearings. We have having no continued public hearings. This is at 33650 Pacific Coast Highway within the appealable coastal zone, the coastal development permit number 19-073, demolition permit number 22-008, an application to construct a new one-story single-family residence with a basement and associated development. May we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners.
Welcome, Adam. This is your first time here. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here with you. Nice to meet you all virtually. So as you said, we have the project here at 33650 Pacific Coast Highway. Next slide. So here we just have an aerial map. So the property is located towards the western edge of the city limits. It's currently unimproved with any structures, but there's a few unpermitted structures that are being rectified, particularly the paved driveway that exists there now and some landscaping. But this just to give you a sense of the property itself. Next slide. So as you said, the project description is a construction of a one-story single-family residence with a detached garage and second unit, as well as a tennis court and tennis cabana and swimming pool and spa, along with other improvements such as fencing and gate, landscaping and hardscape, new on-site wastewater treatment system. Next slide. I just wanted to bring up the demolition permit for the unpermitted chain link gates and fencing, the unpermitted driveway, and the unpermitted non-native trees, plants, and grasses that are currently on the site. There's a code enforcement case open on the site regarding these elements, and one of the objects of the CDP is to rectify these unpermitted elements on the site. Next slide. So here we have a zoomed out look at the site plan. Just wanted to give you more of a macro look at it with the Pacific Coast Highway at the north and the Pacific Ocean at the south. It's quite a large property, so I wanted to zoom in on the next slide. So here it gives you a better look at the proposed structures on the site with the tennis court and the tennis house just south of it, the detached garage, the primary structure, the residence, and the pool and spa, and then the guest house to the south. Next slide. Just providing a look at the north elevation that's facing Pacific Coast Highway, the one-story structure. Next slide. And then the south elevation facing the beach. Next slide. In a view looking south from PCH, you can see a lot of the trees and the vegetation that's currently blocking the view that's going to be removed as part of the landscaping plan. Next slide. And then the view looking north from the property, and you can see the second unit story poles on the left and the primary structure story poles towards the right. And as we mentioned before, the public correspondence that's come in today, one from the Coastal Commission, and their correspondence is a request for more information on how the determination of the reduced bluff setback of 50 feet was made. Generally, the top of bluff determination was made using historical photos of the property prior to any land development and an assessment of the grading that took place prior to 1952. And we have the city geotechnical consultant reviewer, as well as the applicant's geology consultant here to answer any questions related to that. And then secondly, we received a letter from the MRCA regarding access to El Sol County Beach, which is just east of this property, and their point of the difficulty and the ease of access there. And while we understand it might not be easy to access El Sol County Beach, lateral access easements exist on either side of said beach and could be developed to provide it. So as you know, it's been the city's policy not to require beach access when there's no direct correlation between the project and direct access, but always willing to ask if the applicant is willing to provide access. But overall, the property is not required to provide one. Next slide. So in sum, staff recommends the Planning Commission finds that the proposed project is consistent with CEQA and approves the proposed project as conditioned. I'll open up for questions.
Greg, you're
muted. Yeah. Before we go, let's take disclosures. John.
Yeah, I visited the property with Craig on Friday afternoon.
Thursday
afternoon, and walked the property. I know several of the neighbors, so I've been there before. Didn't learn anything that was in the staff report.
Dennis?
I talked to Eric Rochen just briefly. Didn't learn anything new.
Mark?
I drove by, stopped and walked. The gate was locked. I couldn't get in. So I didn't learn anything new because I didn't get close enough to see anything. But anyway.
Okay. I learned a few things. Went out there with John. I also, looking at thinking about the geology there and noticing that the geology review sheet said more or less just, it's been reviewed, period, and didn't have any specific detail. That led me to think about the analogous recent Ninth Circuit case finding that the Coastal Commission, when they issue a negative deck, they have to provide some narrative explanation of what they went through and what the evidence there is. So I thought, okay, I'm going to look at the on base and see if there are any geology files and see what they've actually found. And sort of coincidentally or ironically, we got that letter from Coastal today saying, yeah, we need a little bit more evidence about what that analysis was, how that analysis was done. So some of the specific things I learned from it is that, and then I should say after the fact, Eric Rochin late today emailed the same geology report. I don't know if you all got it or not, but I'm assuming you probably, if you did, you got it late. So a couple things that I saw in it that mentions that landslide debris underlies the southern portion of the subject property. In addition, a superficial failure has been mapped to the south of the proposed residence and pool. And apparently a quantitative analysis of the slope stability was not performed because they are sort of assuming it's over 1.5. They also mentioned, they recommended that the 100-year erosion rate of the bluff there would be 16.7 feet, and that you're supposed to add a 10-foot cushion. So they estimated that everything should be set back from the bluff by 26.7 feet. That was all from the geology report. And those are my disclosures. So with that, if we have any quick questions of staff before we open the public hearing.
No disclosures from me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not get to you? I'm sorry. Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that there is not a neg deck on this item. It's exempt from CEQA.
Correct. I think I said by analogy to the notion that when a decision is made, that you should have some support for why you made the decision.
Yes, you should always have evidence for your decision.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And I just was not happy with, we reviewed the project, period. Okay. So if there aren't any quick questions for staff, let's open it.
I have a quick question. I did not receive anything on this matter today. If I did, I was busy doing other stuff and it came in late. So I don't know how to exactly to address that. I think, Trevor, that the letter from the Coastal Commission stated an issue that we have dealt with on, I think, 3 occasions in the last 6 months or so, where the same issue has arisen. The 100-foot setback is not required. A 50-foot setback is allowed based upon, well, what should be based upon the specific findings that the LIP lays out, but which in fact are not mentioned in the staff report. And it just kind of slides over the whole thing. And I tried to explain my votes on those earlier projects that I'm not going to support a project that doesn't come in with the data that the LIP specifically requires. And so I don't know what to tell you now. Maybe the staff report that, or maybe the geological report that was emailed out today has, all that data in it and everything's fine, but I haven't had a chance to read it and I'm not going to read it now. So what do you suggest we do?
Let's go to Trevor and then John.
Sure. There's 2 options here. One, to continue the matter so you can have full time to review the letter from the Coastal Commission and the additional materials. Number 2, we could have staff summarize what was in that letter and discuss that, and that all the information would come out before the public hearing. And that's the other option there. And you also have, I guess the third option would be you could hear what staff has to say and then make a decision about whether at that point you want to continue the item so you have sufficient time to review the full measure of what's in the record.
John?
Okay.
I came to the same conclusion as Jeff. I was going to bring it up during the hearing, but I did not get the geological report. I got the letter from the Coastal Commission, but I didn't see any. Also, not only coming up with where the bluff is supposed to be, which is the very first time I've ever heard that one in many years or ever. but there was no calculation of erosion retreat, which is a required finding. And I don't know how you do that when it's out in the middle of the air. So I tend to go with Jeff, and depending on what the commission wants to do, I could make a motion now to continue the item, because mainly, not that there's huge questions, it's the question of, in my opinion, when you get something that ends up at the Coastal Commission, you just waste a huge amount of staff time, a huge amount of applicants' time. And if you can clear it up ahead of time, you saved everybody a lot of grief. But that's a practical matter, not a legal matter.
Yeah, I think the question, I see some inertia towards the continuance. The question might be then whether it makes sense to do any discussion now to unearth any things that we think should be included in an updated, clarified report, or whether we should just not get into a big discussion and just say what we've just cited is kind of enough for now. We'll leave that question hanging out for a moment while Mark, you have a comment?
If we're going to continue it, we should not get into a discussion without giving a chance for the applicant and anybody else who wants to speak.
Right. Mark? Oh,
yeah, no, I'm just saying, we have the applicant's geologist in the meeting with his hand up. Should we hear from him and hear from staff as to why that information is not available, or if it's just a matter that we got it late, not everybody's had a chance to review it, I would go along with continuing, but I don't know if you want to hear from these folks.
We have kind of a Rubicon here. I think we either just say, yeah, let's continue it, period, or we open the hearing and get the whole everything. John?
I'd like to make a motion to continue the hearing to a date which we can ask the applicant if he wants a date uncertain or a date that allows them to answer the question, because as I said before, it's an unanswered question. We can't answer it on the fly. Coastal actually cares about these things, and so that's why I'm making the motion.
Do we have a second?
I'm going to second the motion with, I do want to add one brief thought, and that is that I don't want, when it comes back, it would be my preference not to just get a geology report, but to get a staff report that contains the findings that the LIP says we have to make. It has to be in the staff report, and then it can be supported by the geology report. That's great. My own experience is that geology reports are not written to specifically detail the findings that the LIP requires us to make.
And I'll accept that.
That's why I'm supporting the motion.
Excellent.
I'll accept that as an amendment.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Now, let me ask you one question, and this is for Trevor. Can individual commission members send staff questions that may or may not be included in this report rather than discuss them here? There's some minor questions that should.
Yeah, if any commissioner has a question about the item, they can contact staff to get that additional information. And if staff does not put it in the staff report, it's something that could be shared at the date when the hearing goes forward.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're not going to cross this Rubicon. I think we have a vote in front of us. Let's call the roll, please.
Hold on.
Prior to calling the roll, did you want, I believe Commissioner Mazza suggested that we ask the applicant whether he would like it to continue to a date certain or uncertain, and Eric Roshan is in the meeting.
My only hesitation is once we open the mics, we don't want to have a big discussion about it right now. So if we can just say that.
We've done that quite a bit, and we have to limit the question to that.
Yeah.
How long does it take you to come back to us, and what do you want to do?
Okay, so Eric, do you want us to just leave this open to a date uncertain, or I'm not sure what how much to say the applicant has in this question.
The owner's phone is on the screen. It's Charles's iPhone. I assume that's.
Well, and I'm here if you want to ask me, because I'm pretty sure I can speak for Charles that we'd like a date certain I mean, Lauren Doyle is here to answer. It's a simple statement for your geological issue that you guys are curious about.
Yeah, no, so Eric, thank you, Eric.
No, I know, but we'd like a date certain.
Okay, thank you.
Is there, do you want to give him a date to make sure that he's available? What date you want to move it to? Richard, do you have a date that would give you sufficient time?
Yes, we would want to schedule this for July 18th. And the reason being is that the next meeting, we'll be printing those reports this week. And we do have a good size agenda already. So the 18th would give us the time to incorporate whatever materials we are given into the report.
I'll make that motion, July 18th, date certain.
Okay.
Commissioner Jennings, do you agree with the change?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And just to be clear, we're not getting into any of the substance of it now, because then we'd have to get into all the substance of it. So can we have a vote, please?
Commissioner Mazza?
Yes.
Commissioner Jennings?
Yes.
Commissioner Wetton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith?
Yes.
Chair Hill?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. A little unanimity. Now we're on to item 5B. Are we up for a break yet or no? What do we have? It's almost 8 o'clock. I could go either way.
This is gonna be a long one. I suggest if you have a break.
It may be a long one. What's any other input? Press ahead, take a break. What do people think?
Either way, I always want to get out of here earlier. So.
Yeah, I could go either way.
I'm good.
All right, let's press ahead, see how we go. This is item 5B then, 4140 Encinal Canyon Road, not within the appealable zone. Coastal Development Permit number 17-076, Coastal Development Permit Amendment number 21-002, variance numbers 17-028, 17-029, 17-030, and 17-042, site plan review number 17-047, and minor modification number 17-015, an application for the construction of a new single-family residence and associated development, an amendment of coastal development permit amendment number 13-011 to modify condition number 14. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, you may. Good evening, Chair Hill and members of the Planning Commission. This project has a long history, so I'm going to go over that now, so bear with us. This project started in 2009 when an application was submitted for geotechnical testing on the site. At the time, a coastal development permit application was required for the removal of vegetation and grading for temporary access driveway within Asha. An initial study and mitigated negative declaration were prepared for the temporary access and a future residence. ERB reviewed the project, future residence, and environmental documents. ERB recommended that the residential development be brought back to them once more, precise plans were available for them to review. ERB also recommended that a wetland jurisdictional determination be done for the project because of a drainage course converging near the midpoint of the property and in a direction south and away from the proposed development. The city biologist later determined that this was not required because none of the site-specific biological assessments, and there were a couple prepared for the site, identified a stream or wetland on the property. A subsequent amendment was submitted for a test water well and related temporary retaining walls. The amendment included a change to a condition that required restoring the site into the pre-existing condition of the property. This change to the condition gave the new property owner a total of 6 years to process an application for a new house and to start construction of that new house by September 6, 2020. The applicant submitted another amendment to change this condition to allow additional time, and that is being processed as part of this request. It was a staff decision to bring that request as well as the subject coastal development permit for the house all together at the same time, and that was to save staff time in processing the two requests. At the end of last year, the proposed residence was reviewed by ERB since the initial study and mitigated negative declaration included a much larger residence in the exact same location of the proposed residence. An amendment to the previously adopted initial study and M&D was not necessary. Part of tonight's planning commission decision is to determine whether the proposed project is encompassed in the previously adopted initial study and M&D. Next slide, please. The entire property contains coastal sage scrub Asha, placing the resident closer to Encino Canyon Road minimizes disturbance as well as guarantees that the 200-foot fuel modification will overlap with Encino Canyon Road and the land across the street that is not mapped Asha. As stated before, ERB reviewed the project, and the two main concerns related to the potential leakage of the proposed septic system tank and wildfire safety. The OWTS designer provided a letter addressing the robust design of the septic system tank, and that was a document that was attached to the staff report. The applicant also provided an email from the fire department indicating that the required 200-foot fuel modification is the maximum they will enforce and is already adjusted for very high fire hazard severity zone where the property is located in most of the city of Malibu, for that matter. Next slide. The subject parcel is 2.5 acres. Most of the parcel will remain undeveloped. The site plan here showing on this slide was rotated to fit the page. North is to the right-hand side of the slide. The hatched area shows the proposed development area. Because the property is unable to avoid Asha, the property is subject to a 10,000 square foot development area. The project complies with this requirement. The applicant also includes requests for a reduced front yard setback for both the house and the water tanks. This would permit the proposed development to be sited within the least amount of intrusion into Asha and is consistent with the local coastal program, as well as minimizes impacts to steep slopes by concentrating the development where the existing geotechnical exploratory driveway was graded, which is also as close as feasible to the front property line. Next slide. Here's a close-up of the proposed development. The water well and seepage pits are located on opposite sides of the driveway. This was carefully designed to meet the minimum 150-foot separation between these two elements. And also, this would prevent further development on that, away from the driveway that was constructed at the time of the geotechnical testing. The house is 33 feet from Encino Canyon Road, which avoids a variance, but the water tanks are 19 feet from Encino Canyon Road to provide gravity-fed water to the house in compliance with the fire department. The water tanks are behind and below the overall height of the berm to minimize their visibility from Encino Canyon Road. The code requires that minor modifications and variances be granted if necessary to avoid or minimize ESHA impacts. The requested minor modification and variance for front yard setbacks are consistent with this requirement. Next slide. The subject property is characterized almost entirely of steep slopes. The proposed development is also subject to hillside residential development standards. A variance for construction on steep slopes is required because there are no other feasible alternatives to avoid development on steep slopes. The proposed development follows hillside residential development standards. The proposed total development square footage is also reduced by 25% of the maximum allowed, and the absolute height, which is a measurement of the lowest element of the house and the highest element of the house, is subject to a maximum of 30 feet, and these are the two more stringent requirement of hillside residential development standards, and the house is in compliance with these two requirements. Next slide.
Feet, isn't it?
35 feet. Next slide. Oh, well. These renderings were included in the project plans. They show the proposed residence as viewed from Encino Canyon Road and other angles. From the road, the residence is mostly below the proposed 6-foot tall entry gate. Next slide. We have photographs of the story poles that were taken recently of the site. This photo here shows the proposed residence from the cutoff of the berm on the subject property. Next slide. We have also other photographs from Encino Canyon Road, and one that shows the existing temporary retaining walls that currently protect the existing test well on site. Next slide. And staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the proposed project as conditioned and mitigated, and determines that the project is consistent with the previously adopted initial study and M&D. And so that concludes my presentation. Staff is available for any of your questions.
All right, thank you, Adrian. Do we have disclosures, John?
Yeah, I was going to just say we need disclosures. Yeah, I visited the site with Craig on Thursday, right, Craig?
Same day, yeah.
And we walked part of Encino Canyon and the property that until you get too close or you die, and didn't learn anything that wasn't in the staff report, except that I believe I was on the Planning Commission in 2010 when we heard this originally.
Dennis?
None.
Mark?
I visited the site this afternoon and walked it, and didn't learn. I did also speak with Adrian this afternoon about it and discuss some of my concerns, and I'll have some follow-up questions for him.
Jeff?
Yeah, nothing new. I just add that both John and I were on the commission for both of the matters, both of the times the matters came before us, and I note the unanimous approval in both cases. That's all.
Okay, and I'll just clarify, when I went up there with John, we did meet with Chris Shanley. I saw from the highway that the story poles are quite visible from scenic PCH. They appear to extend the zone of development further up the mountain than anything that's there now, closer to the highway. And otherwise, they sort of start to fill into the pristine area around the Encino Creek watershed. The closest other house visible from PCH up there is approximately 1,300 feet to the west, further down Encino. When we met with Chris, I asked him regarding the Esha variance, the variance for development in Esha, if they had examples of other 5,000 square foot plus houses in the vicinity that were also in Esha. I don't know, have not heard a reply on that yet. And I also asked him, it seemed there was some confusion about the TDSF. There are different numbers in different places, and he's going to hopefully clarify that. And we had some email we determined that they requested the extension on July 14th, 2020 in a letter to code enforcement, and got a reply back, a short one-line reply from Doug Clevenger, quote, "Chris, thank you for your email. We will review this and get back to you. Regards, Doug Clevenger." And apparently, supposedly, there was no further communication there. What else am I leaving out here? Oh, well, let's see. The story polls. Multiple places in the staff report and the resolution refer to the house being clustered among others or others nearby. I don't see that. I measured on a map and found the closest house is 1,300 feet away. The typical definition of vicinity is 500 or 1,000 feet, depending on what the context. So that doesn't seem fitting. And the story poles from the road from Encinal, the photo you have is on a kind of foggy day, but on a clear day, you can see that the house blocks entirely the ocean view from there and a couple feet of sky view. So it extends above the horizon by a couple feet. I think those are my disclosures, the things I learned. So with that, let's open the public hearing. I think we go to the applicant first.
So representing the applicant this evening, we have a fairly large group. We have the owner, Kristen White, the project architect, Leo Marmal, the project principal from the architect's office, Chris Shanley, the project landscape architect, Marmal Ratzinger, Aista Sabudi. We also have available for questions, project expediter, Nick Barzakini, the project geologist, Mark Barrett, project civil engineer, Jorge Ariola, the project septic engineer, Kevin Poffenbarger, and the project fire consultant, Wendell Eaton. But we will be opening with the owner, Kristen White.
Okay, hang on briefly before we do that. I didn't ask for quick questions of staff. I see John's hand is up. Did you need to get in here with something?
Yeah, I just had I guess it's a question for Trevor. The staff report says this is not appealable. In the 2010 CDP, we identified the requirement for a jurisdictional study, which included the waters of the United States and the California Fish and Game, because of a theoretical stream that's shown on the last page of the MMD. And I'm wondering, that was actually a planning commission requirement. Is that changeable by staff without some kind of planning commission determination?
The item is not in the appeal jurisdiction, right, Richard? And that was previously determined not to be in the appeal jurisdiction?
No.
Adrian,
Yeah,
noticed.
I can look.
Game letter.
Excuse me?
Unless I'm confusing it, I know there was a letter there about fish and wildlife determination.
Yes.
Purposes of the biology work.
Yeah. So let me just, I guess, clarify. And I'll have to look back to see what determination was made in 2010. But the fact is that that was also a staff determination. So we're not undoing a coastal commission determination. But there was a determination. There's a drainage course at the bottom of the property, and that was mentioned in my presentation. But there is disagreement that the drainage course is a stream, qualifies as a stream or a wetland. And so we had confirmation from the city biologist on that, and they determined that it does not qualify as a stream, and therefore the 100-foot setback from that is not applied for the appeal jurisdiction from Coastal Commission.
Well, Trevor, here's my question. We got in 2010, we got a biological assessment. We got a biological assessment map, which is in the staff report. It shows the quote, whatever it is, stream, blue line, within 20 feet of the house. And so the Planning Commission put in its resolution before it could proceed. It needed a determination of jurisdiction. That's a quote showing the U.S. federal U.S. waters or the California Department of Fish and Game, and that was a condition of the approval. So my question is, doesn't the Planning Commission, once they put it in a condition on advice of the ERB, don't they have to reverse that? Can some staff person just reverse that condition?
I don't know what this, I need to look at this condition, see what's in there, but the jurisdictional determination of what's appealable or not is not made here by the Planning Commission. That's, based on specific statutory factors, and there's a process for resolving that it involves having the executive director issue an opinion, and then it's resolved at the Coastal Commission if there is a dispute about appealability, and there has not been a challenge or request, I believe, on this project.
My question, we specifically said that before this project could proceed, and it's the very last condition.
Don, can you give us a citation to what you're looking at here?
Yeah, or Adrian, can you put the condition on the screen? Can we see what we're talking about? Is the issue not appealability? Is there some other issue that you have about this?
I believe there's a confusion of terms here.
Okay.
So at no point was this ever processed as a permit that could be appealable to the Coastal Commission. The project is located outside the appeals jurisdiction, as shown on the LCP's maps. I believe what this has to do is that a portion of the work goes across an area, and Adrian, I believe this is what you're saying, goes across an area that was questioned to be a wetland. Wetlands fall under the jurisdiction. If you're going to do any work in there, you need to obtain a permit from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Adrian, the question was it or was it not within their jurisdiction? And that question was recently resolved. I thought I saw our biologist on here when I first logged in. But does that explain the issue? It's not a question of appealability to the Coastal Commission. It's who has the authority to review the scope of work if it is taking place within a drainage course.
Well, that's not what was determined, though. And that's why I have a question here. I've got to find the resolution 10-11- whatever it is. And it's in our staff report.
I think we're talking about the same thing. There was a recommendation from ERB that there's a jurisdictional determination made on the project. That recommendation made it as a condition of approval when the Planning Commission approved the driveway. Like I said, that information was then shared with the city biologist based on all the biological assessments that have been prepared for the site, and it was determined that there is no stream or wetland in the property, and therefore the jurisdictional determination is not required.
Well, that's not what's in the resolution. That's my question. The resolution says, and I've got to find, this is too big a thing to look at, but let's see.
Director Malika, the biologist is still in the meeting.
Yeah, and the biologist has nothing to do with it. And this is why I'm trying to put this out there. If you look on number one, if you look on the attachment 2, the very last page, it shows the stream. And then that's in our staff report right before the biological assessment by Ford in 2017. And then and let me just find the resolution for 2010. This has to do with whether or not people follow what the planning commission says to do. And let's see here. If somebody would give me the page or wherever the
2015 of resolution 1180. The wording is, upon formal submittal of any future coastal development permit application for the construction of a single family residence, the applicant shall provide a jurisdictional delineation showing the extent of the waters of the United States, including wetlands under federal jurisdiction and stream beds under California Department of Fish and Game jurisdiction.
Okay, that's what I'm quoting. And that's very specific. It's a condition passed by the planning commission at the recommendation of the ERB. And it says we should not consider this until we get that. Now, I don't see us getting it. And so therefore, it's potentially appealable. If the CDFG comes in and says, yeah, that's a stream, then it's appealable. And so my real question to Trevor is, can a staff member change a requirement of a CDP? In this case, the CDP says you will not consider further development without this, period.
Staff can't change the conditions of a CDP, of course. So, but also, a prior planning commission can't bind this planning commission either. So you have a coastal development permit, application pending before you. If there's a violation of a condition on a prior permit, that's to be dealt with in terms of that permit. So it's a strange condition to have that in there. Is there a reason this information was not provided, or was it provided?
Well,
is it necessary for this determination here?
My main interest is when I pass something, I like to know that it means something. And the second thing is, why wasn't it followed? Because these are all permits that go, now you get a road, now you get a permit for a water tank, now you get a permit to look at a house. They're all basically the same series. And they theoretically were considered by the Malibu Planning Commission and voted on. So how staff can go in and say, well, no, we don't care about that.
The operative language in that clause that he read was the applicant shall provide. So the question is, did they?
Adrian, can you explain what the applicant provided to the city to address this matter?
Well, again, they asked they ask for us to look into the matter because they're in disagreement that there is any wetland or stream, and all their information they submitted indicate that there aren't. And so a jurisdictional delineation is delineating a stream or a wetland. And if that doesn't exist, they can't delineate anything. So that was the issue, is that they could not comply with that condition because there isn't a stream or wetland to delineate, I guess.
Well, they are the ones that turned in the environmental study. They paid for it and they show a map of it. And that's like saying we can't ask the water board whether or not a certain motel needs to have a permit. Staff can't go in and say, well, yeah, we didn't ask them because we decided they didn't need one.
Well, if they don't exist, then they did provide it if there's no delineation.
Right.
He provided a picture of it.
There is
We've got a picture, but it looks to me like the stream's about 70 or 80 feet down from where they're going to develop. I'm not sure what you're at.
That lot's only 634 feet.
No, there is a drainage course, and there's a difference between, you know, a drainage course or I guess a canyon versus a stream or a wetland area. So
all of the Planning Commission asked for and all the ERB asked for was that the normal agencies who are in charge of those things, wetlands and streams, sign off that it's not their jurisdiction. That's all they asked for.
All right, let me interject here. John, you put the idea on the table. I think the question is whether this justifies a continuance or something, or can we go ahead with the hearing and this is part of the picture we have in front of us, or what do you think we need to do with this information right this moment?
Well, the big question is a legal question. Does a planning commission have the ability to put a condition on something that to get rid of it, you have to go back to the planning commission, or can staff just go, oh, never mind?
I think we got the answer.
Staff can't do it. It's this planning commission's decision tonight.
Asked and answered. So right. we can weigh that as part of the deliberation here. All right, so we should open the public hearing. The way this is going to go, we have a large applicant team. I'm assuming they're all listening. They can divide their time as they would like, knowing that they have 15 minutes total. And if there are, and Rebecca can tell us if there are any other public comments not on the team, regardless, the applicant team can reserve any portion of that 15 minutes for rebuttal if they anticipate that they need to reply to something somebody else has said. Rebecca, do we have other
We do not have anyone signed up to speak on this item outside of the applicant team. I did also want to just acknowledge that another owner is present in the meeting, Thomas Ermacora, but Kristen White would be our first speaker for the applicant team.
Okay, Kristen, good evening, welcome. Does that make sense? You get 15 minutes and you can apportion it however you like.
Yes, I don't know if you can see me, and I know my husband was hoping that you would be able to see him as well, but I cannot start the video.
We do not do video in these hearings. That's just how it's done. We just have audio. So if you have any presentation that you needed to show, hopefully you would have sent that to staff by now, or hypothetically, you might be able to send something by email to somebody, but do you have something you need to show visually?
No, I just thought that you'd be able to see me. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So good evening, commissioners. My name is Kristen Kalia White, and I am the co-owner of the property at 4140 Encinal Canyon with my husband, Thomas Ermacora. He's also on the Zoom now. But he's currently in Europe where it's 5 a.m. So he opted for me to speak. Thomas and I bought this property in May of 2014 and were married in October 2014, having purchased this house in anticipation of making it our future family home. As Commissioner Fernandez mentioned, the property had come with architectural plans for a much larger house on the site. But my husband, who is a designer and an urban regenerative architect, had a vision for a smaller contemporary house that would be state-of-the-art in terms of its minimal environmental impact, footprint, and technologically smart, and began searching for an architecture firm who could bring this vision to life and build our new dream home in Malibu, where we could raise a family together. We have been waiting and hoping for this family house for 8 years now. And with my intention to have a baby this year, after sort of COVID and the fires and everything, finally, it feels like it's safe to do so. We are getting eager to see this project built, as we would like to raise our future children near the sea and in nature. And Thomas's son from a previous marriage, who's now 13 and currently in boarding school in Europe, will graduate in 2026 with plans to attend college in the United States, making the timing perfect for us to finally settle in the US, provided this house is approved and built in the next few years. We hired the architecture firm Marmol Radsner in 2015 to design our new home due to their extensive experience working in Malibu, as well as their sensitive approach and modern aesthetic in designing hillside residences on challenging sites. We have already invested a significant amount of capital in this project, investments exceeding our purchase price and making this our most significant life investment. Sadly, unlike most people in Malibu, we are not billionaires. All now hitching on Commission's approval, which we had never understood would be so complicated, and including the temporary grading and shoring required to drill the permanent water well on the property so that we could complete this CDC application. We are not currently full-time residents in the city of Malibu. We have a small place in Venice Beach where we currently live part-time and where I am now, and which we got as a stopgap until this project was built, but it is very small, no longer in a safe neighborhood, and not suitable for a family. So our plan is to make Malibu our new home as soon as this project is approved and the construction work on this project complete. So we are here tonight to tell all of you that we are committed to building this new home for our family in the city of Malibu. We look forward to your comments and hopefully the approval of our CDP application tonight. With that, I would like to turn the rest of the presentation over to our architecture and landscape team from Marmol Radsner.
Thank you, Kristen.
So Leo Marmol will be the next speaker.
Hello, this is Leo Marmol with Marmol Radsner, and
Welcome.
thank you. We are very happy to be here representing this project. We have worked in Malibu for well over 20 years. We understand the sensitivity for any new development within the city, and we strive to design in a way that is responsible and sensible so as to minimize our impact to the natural environment. The project site is one of the most challenging sites we have ever worked on in the city. The site is located in an area recently hit by a wildfire, and the entire site is located within Asha. It was important to us and the owner that the proposed residence be respectful of the natural setting and sit lightly on the hillside. Yet, we are quite literally trapped between a rock and a hard place, which has created the need for a number of variances and modifications. To begin, the proposed residence is sited within the previously graded area of the property. This pre-existing grading was done for temporary access for the soils testing and percolation analysis required by the city. The home is 2 stories in height, but only a half story of the home is visible above the natural grade. A full story and a half of the home is cut into the hillside. In addition, we coordinated with our geotechnical consultant to locate the structure close to the existing natural berm, which keeps the house out of any primary views from neighboring properties and also helps to minimize the visual impact of the ocean view from the public way. Our design intent was to select exterior finish materials that blend in with the natural color and texture of the site. To support this goal, we selected integrally colored earth-toned plaster and concrete, as well as colored non-reflective metal surfaces such as dark aluminum and Corten steel. Chris Shanley, one of our principals and the project manager for this project, will now provide a brief summary of the overall site design and the many limiting factors that we were working within.
Thank you, Leo. Is Chris there?
He is there. Chris, you are mute.
Yeah, thank you. I just got unmuted. Rebecca, I'm looking for our presentation that we sent earlier today. Is that who was in charge of bringing that up on screen? And if so, can they do that now?
There you go.
There you
Okay,
go.
thank you. Perfect. So Rebecca, could you go, I'm sorry, to go to the next slide and the next one after that. Thank you. So this slide is the upper level plan of the residence on the site. I just wanted to kind of explain sort of to the commissioners, those of you who've been to the site briefly, just kind of what went into the site plan development, because as Leo said, it's a very restrictive site, and a lot of the design maneuvers that we're making on the site were well thought out in response to a lot of the site conditions. So on the left, you see the garage structure, which is outlined in blue, the blue square, and on the right is the upper level of the residence. We purposely separated the garage from the residence to break up the massing of the upper level to allow a view corridor from the street. Now, naturally, there is a gate that is along the driveway there, which does block most of the residence from view from the street, and you'll see that later in the renderings. The berm opening that was created was in a location further to the east from the approved temporary grading plans from 2012. So that opening was an opening we inherited on the project, and that resulted in us having to shift the residence and the garage closer to the east property line, and therefore also causing the garage to block some of that view because of the requirement for backup distance. The water feature that is indicated in the project description is indicated in light blue. It is a shallow water feature recessed into the structural deck. Next slide, please. This is a view of the lower level of the residence. This level has the bedrooms and bathroom suites for the house, as well as a small outdoor deck area that has a shallow pool and jacuzzi, as well as a wide concrete walkway that cantilevers over the hillside. Next slide, please. This slide shows the retaining wall layout on the, the site retaining wall layout around the project site, which is indicated in blue. The retaining walls on the project site were configured to provide the following. They provide backup clearance required for vehicles exiting the garage and provide area for 2 uncovered parking spaces within the property, which are highlighted in yellow. The location, they also provide location for the on-site water well, which is required for the development of the site, which is located along the west property line, which abuts a steep sloping grade, which is indicated by the blue square on the left. The retaining walls also allow for the placement of the active seepage pit, which is along the east property line for the septic system, which is indicated by the green circle, as well as creating the flat pad on the berm above the hillside, above the residence, for the 2 10,000-gallon fire water tanks. In front of that is a raised planter in front of the tanks to plant trees and shrubs to provide a natural screen in front of the tanks, especially from the view looking east from Menzel Canyon coming up the road. The other purpose for the retaining walls was to restore the opening in the existing berm, which was required to be graded at a 2-to-1 slope on either side of the opening as part of the previously approved grading plans for the site approved in 2012 and 2017 by the City of Malibu Public Works Department. The retaining walls on either side of the driveway will allow for the backfilling of dirt, native plants, and boulders to visually narrow the berm opening. And this was a request by the planning department to close up the graded berm to make it more natural looking and narrow in appearance. Slide 4, please. Next slide. This is a site section which indicates the natural berm above the hillside, above the residence there, with the proposed CAD for the fire water tanks, which is our tallest site retaining wall for the project, which is just over 15 feet tall. The residence you can see in the site section is set into the hillside, and you can see the dimension indicated between the residence and the fire water tanks, which is our H/2, our geotechnical required H/2 setback between the residence and the ascending slope, which has to be a maximum of 15 feet. We are in excess of that. I think we measure about 16 feet 3 inches. This section shows the proposed location of the septic tank, which is located below the lower level of the residence, behind a lower site retaining wall, so that solid waste can gravity flow to the septic tank. Next slide. This is a rendering which shows a view of the proposed residence looking northwest. It shows the fire water tanks above the residence and the upper and lower levels of the residence. The terracing of the residence is massing, which it shows, shows the terracing of the residence is massing, which reflects the configuration of the building height, vertical step backs from natural grade. Next slide. Next slide. This is a rendering of the view of the proposed, sorry, I'm actually messed up on the order here. This is a view of the driveway entry area from Menzel Canyon. This is a view of the proposed site retaining walls of the berm opening and the driveway gates. And you can see the, actually open through the gate, you can see the kind of the view corridor we created between the garage and the main residence. You can see blue sky through that gridded area. Next slide, please. This slide indicates the septic system components and the layout of them on the project site. The green circles depict the proposed location of the seepage pits, one active and one future, located along the east side of the property. And the seepage pits are located beyond the 150-foot radius from the on-site water well. The green colored capsule shade is the proposed location of the septic tank located on the hillside below the lower level of the house, and that tank is located beyond the 100-foot radius setback from the on-site water well. Next slide, please. This is the fire access plan, which makes provision for a 20-foot wide access vehicle gate for emergency vehicles and the prescribed backup turning radiuses for the emergency vehicles that exit the property. The area highlighted in yellow represents the extent of the impermeable concrete driveway that is rated for emergency vehicles. The two 10,000-gallon fire water tanks, which are required to gravity feed the new fire, are located in the large red circles, which gravity feed to the hydrant located along Encinal Canyon outside the property in accordance with LA County Fire Department standards. The fire hydrant is located within 70 feet from the front of the structure, which is within the distance required by the LA County Fire Department from the face of the structure. Next slide, please. This is the fire staff path of travel along the upper level of the residence, shown in blue. Next slide, please. This is the fire staff path of travel along the lower level of the residence to allow them to get access to the lower level. Next slide, please. And this is the rendering again of the looking northwest of the project, which shows the firefighter path of travel along the lower level, which is a concrete slab deck around the lower level, and the concrete stairs which are built into the hillside. And that concludes our site development presentation. I'll turn it over to Asa.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, how much time do they have left?
They have 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Thanks. Aista.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, commissioners. If you could just quickly actually pull up the presentation again, Rebecca, just where we, yes, correct. Thank you. Perfect. So back in November 27th of November in 2018, we applied for a few modification approval with our landscape plans and did receive that approval in November of 2018. Next slide, please. And here you will see our landscape planting plan. And the main things that we just wanted to bring to your attention is that we are obviously meeting our field modification zones, and all of our planting, the majority of it is a hydroseed mix trying to reestablish planting in the disturbed areas with minimal container planting, focusing in specific zones around the house. As for enhanced planting, our plant selections are all either Santa Monica Santa Monica mountain natives, or succulents that require minimal water. And again, plants that are helpful for deterring fire spread around the home. And with that, I'll pass this along to our project expediter, Nick Barsiconi.
Thank you, Aista. Nick, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can. Hi, Nick. Welcome.
Hi. Hi. I'll just pass it back to Chris.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, that concludes our presentation, Craig.
Oh, okay, thank you. So
yeah, thank you.
And I guess we got about 50 seconds rebuttal time if need be. Not that there's anybody. Yeah.
If there are any members of the public in the meeting who did not sign up in advance and wish to speak on this, please indicate by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen now. And seeing none.
And seeing none, then we're closing the public portion of the hearing and bringing it back up to the commission table, as it were. I would like to just frame this from the beginning. It seems like there's a threshold issue with this condition 14 question. That's something that you guys, we all want to address probably before we get into more of the specific details about the rest of the plan. And to me, the question, and this is sort of largely for John and Jeff, I think, because you guys were here and involved in it. I don't know if Trevor was in on this, but you were the two commissioners. You have the resolution 18-13 from 2018, and there's language in there that starts out, in any event, if the applicant owner has not received a CDP and commenced development by September 6, 2020, da, 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 da. That language, in any event, that sounds like you guys meant business when you did this. And regardless, if you take it on its face, that would indicate that for whatever reason, what was supposed to happen has not happened yet. So I'd like to hear mainly from you two guys about how you interpret that now. And John, Jeff, who would like to weigh in on this?
Guide me to the specific place in the page where I find that language.
Okay, it's Planning Commission Resolution number 1813. What page is that on?
There's too many pages.
Maybe I can find it on. I just copied it out, cut and paste into my notes. So
I've got that resolution. Let me see if I can't find it. It's not that long.
Yeah.
Page 6 of that resolution at the very bottom.
Thanks, Adrian.
And how far into the report is that resolution?
We don't have any numbers, so it'd be.
I'm just wondering, is it halfway, a third of the way, all the way?
It's towards the back, towards the rear, I guess. The initial study is ahead of it, and that's a large document.
Well, I can make a couple of comments, and these are general because it was a long time ago, but and Jeff can disagree with me if he does. This project, and people who have been there, before the road was put in, there was nothing. And you literally walked through that gap and looked over a cliff. And so the real conclusion, I believe, of most of the members of the Planning Commission at the time was, you got to be kidding me. How can you build a house here? But the applicant wanted to do a test road to see if he could prove that the hill wouldn't fall down. So we said, okay, build a test road. And that had very specific conditions and had very specific timelines on it. And then they were to come back and say, okay, the geology's okay. And then they said, build a well, see if there's some water there. And that had very specific conditions on timing. So timing was always something that we considered, because in the very beginning, it was like, well, you could tell us within a year or two, this is impossible or not. And now we're talking 12 years later. So it was a major consideration. And every word in there was fought over a little bit. This is resolution 18, number 1813, or was it?
Correct.
And what page of that resolution was it?
Page 6 at the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, number 14.
Yeah, the idea was that the commission did not want to keep the site unrestored in perpetuity, and there was a strong feeling that a time frame had to be attached to how quickly they would process an application to develop the property. Just in case, they decided to sell the property or whatnot, we needed to have a mechanism to restore the site and bring it back to pre-existing condition. What Commissioner Mazza may not remember is there was no gap. There was actually a 20-foot berm, and part of the geotechnical exploratory driveway included cutting through that berm and then also having a side-to-side driveway to allow for a drilling rig to get onto the side and do the geotesting.
Well, the gap, there was a gap. We could walk there. We didn't have to crawl over the mountain.
That was part of the amendment. So the original application did not have that gap. And then they came in with an amendment which included the water well and the retaining walls for the water well, at which time this condition was also revised. So in 2018, that gap existed, but only existed because the application before it allowed it to be graded.
Yeah.
My memory is consistent with Adrian's. The issue that we were concerned about, as John says, this was does not look like a very buildable lot. And so, okay, we got to let you go out there and we got to test and do all that stuff because we have to let you do that. But if you can't build it, you got to come back and got to fix it and put it back the way it was. And that's why that language was put in there. It was put in there by staff. And it wasn't that, I mean, this is, this is a unanimous decision, right? Okay, go do your testing. But if you can't get it done, come back and you got to fill it in. Well, all right. Everything takes longer than you think it's going to. How long has it been since the fire? And I'm still kind of in the planning stage. So I never would have believed that possible in the year after the fire, but here we are. So the fact that I don't think that the language giving the September 6th, 2020 date was anything other than pulled out of the air, as that seems like that's long enough. It wasn't like there was going to be a, congruence of the planets or, eclipse of the moon or anything on that date. It wasn't picked for any specific reason. It was just, this seems like it's long enough. And that's what we adopted.
Can I ask Trevor, I understand that the part of the process here is, do we want to amend this, but what is the legal operative significance of that clause in any event? That seems to me is to say, no matter what happens, Woolsey fire, COVID, whatever, that if these conditions are not met, then this is what happens next. And what's the significance of us now to just say, we didn't really mean that?
Well, the issue is that this would be a code enforcement issue if they didn't comply with the condition, did not come in to do it. I believe this required a CDP application in order to do the restoration. It wasn't something that with the restoration work was approved in the CDP, so they couldn't just do it. And I believe an application was in. Now, there's an argument that a compliance agreement should have been put in place to ensure that the applications went through, but the whole purpose of code enforcement in the city is to obtain compliance. And they did bring this application forward, which is what the whole purpose was, is to ensure that it did not remain in perpetuity in a situation where it was left just with the remains of the testing. So yes, it should have been dealt with earlier, but in any case, it's not for the Planning Commission here to deal with any enforcement action that would be part of that. What we had before is the CDP application, now, and whether the findings to be made for that. We can't disapprove the current application just because it took, there wasn't, delayed compliance with the condition or non-compliance with the condition of a previously issued CDP.
Well, we're specifically being asked to amend that condition 14. So it's as though it seems like it's dispositive now. And okay, John.
Yeah, well, there was a code enforcement action. It was referenced earlier. And there was a letter, apparently, I didn't see it, where Doug Clevenger said something that wasn't very clear, but he had a code enforcement action in place.
Let me just clarify that there was no code enforcement in place. Actually, the applicant proactively approached the code enforcement manager because they were concerned that code enforcement would open a case and make them comply while we were processing their application. They again proactively submitted the application. We were complete and had no idea it would take this long to bring this item to you, but they wanted us to resolve that condition before we had some staffing issues, and we decided to bring the CDP amendment that revised that condition and the CDP for the house at the same time. to save time, and that was the staff decision. But code enforcement did not open a case, and there was communication between code enforcement and staff and the applicant, and we informed them that we would not be opening a case provided they continue to move forward with the application. And like I said, it wasn't their fault that staff took this long to bring the item to the commission.
Jeff?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here wondering what your vision of a move forward would be here. Do you want them to be required to restore the berm to its original condition and force them to go back and start a new CDP process, which they'd have to do and which we would have to allow, because if you don't allow the CDP process, you've got a taking on your hands. So what's your vision? Why is this important to you guys?
You're addressing me?
You and John, who seem to be wedded to this fact that this they didn't restore the process.
Well, I'm just saying this is one of the things we're amending, and that language in any event, that seems pretty absolute. So I'm deferring to you guys, asking you what your understanding of why you did that was.
If I agree with you 100% that yes, it was supposed to be drop dead language, no ifs, ands, or buts, then how do we go forward, Craig?
Yeah.
What do you think we ought to do? Well, if I agree with you,
I can get to what I think we ought to do, but that involves discussing other issues on the project.
No. This issue, you guys have made, you're spending a lot of time on this issue. If we all agree with you on this issue, what's the path forward?
I'm just asking the question, John. What you have?
I'm going to take it as there is no path forward. Go ahead. Let's go on to something else then.
I'm trying to decide or get clarification on what happens 20 years from now. In your case, you say, well, you could always put in a CDP. If the planning commission says you're going to blow a hole in a side of a hill and do a bunch of stuff, and it's every single time they're temporary. They're issued as temporary CDPs, thou shall restore. And you never restore, and you just keep on going. When does it end? Not that
it ends now, because they're here.
Right. Well, not necessarily. We could turn them down tonight, and 5 years from now, and it comes again, right? Now, if we ended it now, would you want it restored or not? I'm just trying to establish how these things happen. It's like, how does the staff determine they don't have to ask the Fish and Game when we tell them to? Things like that. Now, yes, we can go forward. I see, I've got 5 pages of questions on different parts of the code here. Okay.
And I think that's what we ought to get to.
Okay.
Because
I'm trying to get a baseline. Okay.
All those what ifs and how does staff do this and how does staff do that? In my opinion, those things should all be taken up with staff when we're not in the middle of a meeting. We've got a bunch of people here spending tons of money to have their consultants on hand. They deserve an answer, yes or no, and we ought to get to that.
And I'm just trying to get to where we give a legal answer. That's all, and find out whether if we pass a resolution, it will be firm, it will be dispositive, or somebody can come along 2 months from now and say, they didn't really mean that. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to kill a project on those resolutions.
I just want to get to the issues before my ears start to bleed again.
Okay. Well, I'll give you one thing to contemplate. We just got told that they wanted to make the project smaller. This project was smaller. Okay. We limited it to 4,050 square feet 12 years ago. Okay. So you have to get the real facts out there and decide. That's all.
Okay. Let's do that.
Okay. That's a good entry point there. I'm not recalling having seen anything about a 4,000 square foot project from a decade ago. And I did have some confusions about the current TDSF. There's one list that calls it 5,171, but also that same list is saying it's excluding the attached garage and excluding covered areas greater than 6 feet. If you add those things up, you get a number of 5,618. So I don't know what the official number was, but if in fact there was that one at 4,000, then we're up over 5 now.
Yeah, so we need to know the real number to give a permit.
Yeah, so 5,171 square feet is the correct number. There is and this is a staff error on the table that Chair Hill you're referring to. It originally said including covered areas on the first item, and the second item is said including attached garage. I made a change to both of them, thinking that they both stated the same thing, and it was areas over 6 or covered areas over 6 feet. And so the upper level number, it actually includes the garage number. So upper level, including garage, is 1,721 square feet. The lower level, excluding cover areas over 6 feet, is 3,095 square feet. And then the covered areas with 6 feet in depth or more is 355. And so when you add those three numbers together, it's 5,171 square feet, which is the correct development square footage for the property.
Does that include the lower deck?
That includes the upper and lower covered areas. So the lower deck is not included.
Okay. All right. I guess I have a question about the hillside ordinance. It has not been applied in this case. I don't understand why. It is quite visible from Scenic Highway PCH. I know that's one of the criteria. I know the slope is one of the criteria, and we're well over the slope on that. It wouldn't run us into trouble in terms of overall TDSF, but when I look at the total height of the structure, and if you could look on, you might want to put up slide 5, if you have the applicant's presentation handy, Rebecca or Alex. The rendering shot. This
be slide 1.
This shot that you have on the right, you can see that there, right? But yeah, when you look at that, and you look at the measurements. If you look at the bottom of page A4.01, the top is at elevation 641. And then if you look at the bottom of page A402, the bottom is approximately elevation 596. The difference there is 46 feet. I say approximately because the exact spec is not on the note, but you can interpolate. It's approximately 46 feet from top to bottom. Now, there is a notation on the plan that says, well, the pool is a separate structure and therefore not subject to the absolute height limit. But to me, that seems disingenuous, because if you look at this render that we're looking at now, that pool looks pretty darn integrated into the whole structure. And if you're looking at from the highway and looking up on it, it all reads as one structure of approximately 46 feet high. So I guess the threshold question is, why hasn't this been considered under the hillside ordinance? What criteria does it not meet?
Well, it has. So it's on page 8 of the staff report. It talks about hillside standards and how this
page what?
Applies. Page 8 of the staff report, and then also on the zoning conformance table, it talked about the reduced square footage and the overall height of 35 feet. I think there is just a.
So the question is, I mean, I'm seeing pretty clearly 46 feet just looking at the plans. So what? And
Craig, there's also a what do they call it? A slice of the house that shows the height also.
that's, I called out some sheets that, section sheets that mention the heights. A401 shows the top at 641 and A402, the bottom at approximately 596. So it sounds like the only argument there is the pool is a different structure, so you don't count it as part of the house. But I can't read it that way.
Well, it's not just the pool, though. It goes all the way across the house, that deck, and the structure underneath it. And the reason for the hillside ordinance is looking up on structures that are on poles and big foundations, you count it so it doesn't look so huge.
Yeah, and then on top of that, I know the water tanks are a separate structure, so you don't count them, but then they do, just subjectively, they add to the visual mass even more from the bottom. So
Yeah, let me, I apologize, I'm having some computer issues, so I'm having to look at my hard copy code section. So
okay,
we can, let's revisit this issue because I do believe that the hillside standards, the way the height is measured is from each specific building is measured separately. So the way we measure the height for the house was a measurement from the lowest portion of the house to the highest portion of the house. And it was done specifically to comply with the hillside standards. And I believe that the pool as a separate structure would be measured separately. And there is a biofiltration system at the bottom of the pool, which is a separate structure as well. So looking at
not even counting the biofiltration portion, but the pool, I mean, to me, I look at the whole thing, it's a unified whole. It's like you could say each brick in a wall is individual, but you wouldn't say that each brick is its own wall. I mean, the pool is part of the house.
Craig, the pool is raised above the ground as well as the whole house.
Right.
On the same level by the same structure underneath the house. And you count the underneath the house on hillside ordinances. That's why they put it in place. That's why it was passed. You didn't assume a house was on flat land.
It's basically where the structure comes down to grade on the bottom side.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, okay. So
I just found the section.
Okay.
Which is the Malibu Municipal Code 17.40.040820, and that's additional regulations for hillside residential development. And in it, subsection B, it says addition to the height limits specified in subsection 5, A5 of the section and section 3.6E1 of the LIP, the following standards shall apply. Absolute height from the lowest low point to the highest high point of each structure on a parcel shall not exceed 35 feet. So it does say of each structure. Now,
but it says the lowest low point. The lowest low point is where it hits the ground.
Of each structure, correct. And we did for the house. We looked at the element of the foundation of the house that touches the ground and took the elevation from there to the highest element of the building, and that dimension was 35 feet or less.
Could you show the section, because those bedrooms aren't floating on air?
Yeah, there is a section on the plans, and I'm not sure if it's.
But the bedrooms aren't floating on air. They are there, and they're in the
section. The section is on sheet 4 or slide 4 of what we just looked at. So the slide before what we were just looking at. Yeah, I'm having real trouble considering the pool as a separate structure. The whole thing seems quite integrated to me. That's the intent. I mean, you know, if you're going to say that, you'd call each window and each door a separate structure.
Well, you can see on the photographs on AO.02B.
Go to
all the
there you go. That's the one.
Yeah. You measure from those pillars.
Oh, the other subsection D of that code section we were just reading It says remodels to existing single-family residences, additions of 900 square feet or less, comma, pools, comma, and spas are exempt from these additional standards for hillside residential development.
Right, and then if you look at that section you have right up there, that's a bedroom you're looking at, with the dining room above it. And you see the foundation going down.
That's right, yes. So
that counts.
yeah, absolutely.
And that's
absolutely
the foundation that's holding up the pool.
No, it's a different foundation for the pool. The pool actually extends out because it's on the deck, and it reaches further downslope, and so that lower elevation for the pool would be lower than what is shown here on this cross section for the house.
Okay, well, we have that issue hanging out there.
In fact, there is a 35-foot dimension on your right-hand side on this cross section. You can see that they took into consideration that bottom portion to the very highest part, and it's going to be hard to see, but the dimension is 35 feet, and the dash line on top, it says absolute height limit at 35 feet, and it's about, I want to say, a foot or two above the parapet of that upper level.
I think we're just disagreeing on where you measure the bottom from.
Yep. I think it's pretty plain from the picture.
Yeah. All right. Let's set this aside for the moment. There are other issues. We can debate it more if it comes down to it. I was concerned about the Asha variance because, well, it's a variance request, and for which I wanted to see what other houses in the vicinity of 5,000 plus square feet are in Asha. I asked Chris that. We were on the site. We were talking about a lot of different things, so I don't know if it necessarily registered, but I think I also asked that of staff. Part of my concern is the staff report frames the Asha variance by saying that because it's all in Asha, I'm paraphrasing, a variance is required. They use that word. And I would say, well, it's not required, it's requested. But then there's other language elsewhere about, let's see if I can find it here, that I'm not finding the exact language now, but the idea is that you have to, there's words saying that you have to minimize the amount of impact, and then it talks about what you have to do if there is finally some residual impact that you can't avoid. And to my mind, that all invokes a house on this site that might be, I don't know, I'm not just going to design it for them, but it might be a 1,500 square foot house that would fit on this pad. And you'd say, that's what you put in this piece of Asha here. But to say over 5,000, are we doing that? We certainly haven't done it within 1,000 feet of here. What is the precedent for saying, sure, let's go over 5,000 square feet in Asha? In Ensill more broadly, have we done that up here?
Well, Craig, there's findings we also have to make.
Yeah, I flagged those too.
Other people in the area have not been deprived of, you aren't doing something that they've been deprived of.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question. It's, would this be a deprivation if we didn't grant it as compared to the other things that already exist, which I don't know that there are any? And would this constitute a special privilege, which it might?
The way this all worked out when the Coastal Commission took over preparing this plan was there was a huge debate over the concept of the Asha and what you could do with it and what you couldn't do with it, and how to preserve Asha without the resultant taking. And what we came out with was that if the whole site is Asha, the applicant is entitled to a 10,000 square foot development area. Maximum. And it didn't, I'm sorry, what?
Maximum.
Yes, but that wasn't the way it was discussed. The way it was discussed was you got to get 10,000 square feet because otherwise you're really not giving an economic return on the investment. I'm just telling you what the discussion was at the time the LIP or the LCP was adopted. Yeah, so it really wasn't an issue. The other trade-offs that go along with the standard variance request, is it a special privilege? Is there other areas in the area? That really doesn't apply because this was a sort of sui generis kind of situation where we're just talking about the ESHA. How much space do you get if you're all in ESHA? And that was, that was
Okay.
it. If nobody else lived in the area, or if they all had built their homes years ago and all had 30,000 square foot homes, doesn't matter. You get 10,000 square feet, that's it.
Here's I found the findings. LIP 4.7 and the following sequence of that pertains specifically to economically viable use. It's on in the staff report PDF page 180. If anybody's looking at the PDF, I'll quote this. It's brief. The uses of the property and the siting, design, and size of any development approved in ESHA or ESHA buffer shall be limited, restricted, and or conditioned to minimize impacts to ESHA on and adjacent to the property to the maximum extent feasible. So basically, maximum extent feasible. Then LIP 4.8 goes on talking about mitigation. If there are residual adverse impacts to ESHA, they shall be fully mitigated. The implication there being that you're aiming for the lowest possible impact in this area that the baseline is development is not allowed in ESHA. That's the baseline. You're saying let's do the very minimum impact, and then only if there are residual impacts that we can't avoid, then so it seems to me.
We have had this argument before, the exact argument.
Have I personally had it with you, or does this came up
in the context of the commission? You're more generous now because originally I remember you saying that an 800 square foot house was enough to avoid
that would be the constitutional number that gets thrown around, and I'm just looking at the site saying,
So the next question is, all right. Let's take the language of the LIP, and then the question becomes, if you reduce the size of this house or knock off 1,000 square feet, whatever, or 2,000, is ESHA better protected than under the plan that's proposed?
Why wouldn't it? I think the presumption is that it would be.
Well, that's your assumption that if you even if you use the same space, somehow the ESHA. I mean, look.
Yeah, no. Here. I did the numbers. I did the numbers. I can answer you directly. If you have a 1,500 square foot circle with the radius, and then you add the 200 foot fuel modification radius around that, so you have the radius of a 1,500 square foot circle is 22 feet. So you've got a 222 foot circle that, and then you compare that to a 5,500 square foot site. The difference between the smaller house and the larger house, just as conceptual circles, is 2/3 of an acre, 0.67 acre.
But isn't most of that Incidental Canyon Road and the property opposite?
Well, this was an abstract calculation, so you're right. Some of it would be that so maybe it would be a quarter of an acre or a third or something at that point. But yeah. John?
You're muted, Commissioner Mazza.
Oh, you're muted, John.
John.
I'm
going to throw a tennis ball.
Okay. We haven't even touched on some of the important things.
Wait. Hang on. Jeff and I had a sort of question on the table. Are you contributing to this?
I'm trying to say how you can change sizes and improve things. Okay. One of the things that's going to come up, and I'm going to bring it up, is total blockage of view. Okay. with a second floor, which isn't allowed. You can't over 18 feet. You just can't do it. Okay, but that's another issue. Say, for example, you lowered this house 10 feet. Okay, you'd have a view. Doesn't change the size, or it could change the size. So you can change the dimensions of a house or the configuration of a house and improve your findings. You can now make a finding on something else. So it's not just you get 10,000 feet or you get this or you get that. It's how you do it, because there's a whole bunch of other findings you have to make. And, you know, that's what has to be considered in all of this. We can argue all day long, 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, this way, that way. But Craig brought up an important point. The difference between a circle and a square, or how you draw or whether it's closer to the road or farther from the road. Those change the amount of Asha effects. So we have a lot more to discuss on this house, where there's situations where findings just flat out can't be made. And it's important what Craig's saying is it's not just 10,000 feet, it's a lot of other factors. So, right. You know, that, and Jeff is sort of agreeing with you, but people they can't walk into a 20-acre property and say, I want my 10,000 to be right there. Part of that 10,000 is you got to minimize roads and blah, 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 blah. So it all gets complicated. But right. We can work around it and make it work. If we're creative and we follow the real rules, like the height of a hillside house. I went to a lot of hearings on those. Okay. So anyway, that's just what I'm trying to say about your size situation. It's not just size, it's where the size is.
Well, and the baseline is that building in Esha is not allowed, period. And then you get to get the exceptions up from there. Dennis, you've had your hand up.
I'm not sure what Commissioner Mazza is talking about a view. You got a gate there. The house isn't that high. You've seen the renderings. So you're not definitely driving on that road looking for the view to try and peek through that gate. And hopefully you're going to get a view. You've got it as soon as you get by, and you've barely got it coming up that road. And the other thing to you, Commissioner or Chair Hill, the talking about seeing it from PCH. So I guess what you probably should do is tell all those people on Horizon and future on Andromeda and everybody else on those hills, they need to move their houses because you can see it from PCH. And there's some big ones with some big walls. This is nothing like this. This is going to blend into the hillside, and it's going to be nice. These people are into this thing at 8 years. And the big thing to me is they want to have children. And when they have children, that means they want to go to our schools. And that means they want to be here. And people that want to be here, it's really important to me, and I think a lot of other people. We got to quit chasing everybody out of town because they've got something that's a little bit different and difficult, and they're willing to spend the money and the time, which they've already done, to get here and live here with their family. Now, there is nothing wrong with this plan. It's as safe as they come. It looks good. They can live there. They're not going to hurt anybody being there. They're not going to take a view away from anybody. Hang on, Commissioner Mazza. I'm talking. So to me, I'm going to talk next.
Just John, let Dennis go.
So the thing is, we've got people that are just like everybody in this town at this point. We're all on edge because we can't get anything done because you got a handful of people in this town that are small, petty, and short-sighted that continue to want to pick at these things like this. And these guys have followed all the rules to get here. That's pretty simple to me.
Well, it's pretty simple to me, and you can ask Jeff, who's on your side usually. Do you spend 30 years coming down with ordinances and designs and fixing the way things are done and have commissioners say, it doesn't matter, they're nice people? Do you say here, oh, it's not a very good view, so therefore we won't make people have views on Coast Highway. We won't make them have view corridors because they're only 25 feet wide. You do not have the authority to change the Coastal Act.
I mean, John, let's not get into all of that. Let me ask you.
We just got into it. We got into they're nice people and they want to.
I know, but we really have a lot to deal with. and he raises one question. Can this house be seen from Encino Canyon other than through that little gate as you drive by?
Yeah, so the answer is I went out there and could not see it from anywhere else on Encino Canyon Road. And the berm does a really good job of screening the house. The one thing I want to point out is that the elevation for the garage is controlled based on the driveway. So they can't really lower the elevation for that garage, which is the element of the house that's directly in front of the cut through that berm. The rest of the house, they do have an upper level, but it's a couple feet lower than the garage. But like I said, the gate at 42 inches, the solid part will block most, I think, of the upper level, other than the garage. And there's not much that can be done about the garage, given the distance to the road and fire department requirements.
For what it's worth, we also have people hiking by and riding bikes. And when you look through over the 42-inch barrier, the view is blocked not only to the horizon, but a few feet above it. And there is that little corridor, but it's pretty narrow because, as Chris explained, the driveway didn't end up being where they wanted it to be. So the part of the garage ended up blocking the view.
If someone's riding their bike on Encino, they're sure as hell not looking for a view. They better be paying attention and hopefully not get hit by a car. They're not looking to look through the gate.
All right, John, you're muted. John, you're muted.
That is not why the Coastal Commission said you shall protect views on certain roads. Okay, it's in there. It's in there. But
you're missing it.
Just as you can move the garage. Okay, you can put it over by the water and it won't block the view. The basic issue is you must give a variance over 18 feet if it blocks a public view. And you cannot do it if it blocks a public view. Those are the findings you have to make. You can't say, oh, block the view because they want it. You have to say, is it under 18 feet? You can't ban them from blocking a public view under 18 feet, but you can't give them the ability to block a public view over 18 feet. We can't make those findings. Now,
could I just get clear? I just want to make sure I understand what's going on here. Because as I have driven up that road many times in the past, and I know where that berm is, before I get to that berm, I'm looking out. And after I get to that berm, I'm looking out and there's no view blockage on either side. So what we're talking about as the view blockage is the view through that little opening where you can see the part of the garage, and that's the view blockage you're talking about.
Well, no, it's more than that. Because,
which, by the way, didn't exist before they cut the berm anyway.
They got permission. They got a permit to cut the berm to 2.5 to 1. They cut it to 2.5 to 1 with a CDP. And then staff is proposing that they build a 6-foot wall in that cut and put a fence in, okay? Which is not allowed under the code. It has to be 42 inches, but it's 6 feet.
Right.
So it is, go look at the plans. Go look at the views. There's a 6-foot wall on either side of the gate with plants on top of it, okay?
If you took 100 people and put them in front of that gate, nobody's going to tell you that that's a view, anything but a view.
You can put 100 people in front of Larry Ellison's house and say that 20 feet is a view. What are they going to say?
For it.
Oh, that's because it's the law. Okay.
You voted for it.
Okay, wait.
I didn't. There's a view corridor there. You voted against it, probably.
No, I was in the audience.
Yeah, okay. But the basic gist is we have to make certain findings. On Encino Canyon, the Coastal Commission says it's a special road. You got to protect the views, okay? Granted, there aren't a lot of views, but there's one right there. And we have to make a finding that says you can block that view because they want a taller house. You could say,
I think that's what
we can keep that view we can keep that view if you lower the house 8 feet. Okay, we can say you can move the garage over by the well. There's a lot of things you can do, but you're supposed to follow the law because that's why it was made. If everybody on Encinal said, well, they got to block the view, so I get to block the view, there are no views. And if you drive Encinal down right now, there's a whole group of houses that have put up ficus trees. Okay, whole group, hundreds of feet of ficus, of views gone. Now that's a violation. Okay, are you gonna say, oh, that's cool because they did it?
Nobody's saying that, but you're not going to do that here.
Yes, you
All
are.
right. We're starting to go in circles. Adrian, you've got your hand up.
I just want to make a point that, yes, there are walls on both sides of the berm. I just want to make it clear that those are not, optional walls for design aesthetics. Those were required retaining walls in order to make the opening the minimum required by the fire department, so that the opening is only 20 feet wide. And again, that was one of the requirements. They're more than happy to remove those retaining walls and make the opening larger if the commission would like to see that. The other point about relocating the garage, while I don't believe that even relocating the garage will not obstruct views from various angles, I also believe that relocating the garage will make their footprint larger, and thus their, the point that Chair Hill was making before about the fuel modification, that will have a greater impact if you have the garage on the opposite side of the driveway versus the rest of the house. So the whole point was to keep the development as close together, make it a 2-story house, and that would minimize the overall footprint and the ESHA impacts, which is the number one priority pursuant to the LIP. And if the design is not feasible to be below road grade elevation, and as I mentioned before, there's no way to do that with the garage, then a variance is not required for view obstructions, provided that they can demonstrate that, and I believe they have in this case.
Adrian, if that's a retaining wall, what does it retain? There's not dirt on either side of it.
They will have to reconstruct that berm and bring some rocks in to again make the opening 20 feet, which is the maximum required by the fire department.
It's a maximum required, but it's not the minimum allowed.
Or, excuse me, minimum required.
So nobody can drive into their house unless they have only a 20-foot gate. They can't have a 30-foot gate. They can't have a flat piece of property that doesn't have a 30-foot opening. It's got a 60-foot opening. That makes no sense at all.
Well, again, they're more than happy to make the opening as large as you want them to make it, because that will, make it easier for them to access the property, and aesthetically, it would be an improvement over what they designed. But the whole idea was that we wanted to make sure that the impacts to the berm was their minimum necessary to meet the fire department, which is why we asked them to make the opening 20 feet wide. But if there's a disagreement about that, they're more than happy to make it wider.
But I misunderstand why air instead of a wall makes it better for a fire opening.
Well,
there's nothing there but air.
It is a fire department requirement that if you have a slope that is steeper than 2 to 1, that you put retaining walls. And so it's basically to protect the slope as well as to protect any erosion that would come down from that slope into the driveway. So
it's not perpendicular to a slope. They're adjacent to it. And The permit that was given in the staff report was to shave the berm to 2.5 to 1. It's right in the staff report.
That's right.
Okay, so if they have a 2.5 to 1, they don't need it.
They shave the slope 2.5 to 1 is steeper than what the building code requires for slopes. They need a 2 to 1 slope. And even with a 2 to 1 slope, erosion does happen. And like I said, in order to rebuild the slope, since the opening did end up getting wider than the 20 feet, that soil or rocks that they're bringing to restore that part of the berm does require retaining walls to hold that.
Wouldn't it be that if you need to bring back the rocks or whatever, would you not still limit it to 42 inches of height of what you're filling in there because it's a front yard?
Well, they're trying to recreate or reconstruct the berm, and so they want to transition that back to the top of that berm.
Mm-hmm.
So, but again, they're open to any other ideas.
Are there other issues, just things we haven't
Before
brought up at all?
Before we leave this issue,
yeah,
I want to quote what the actual finding on the view obstruction is. The project as proposed will have no significant adverse scenic or visual impact due to project design, location on the site, or other reasons. So it's not any effect. It's not any result. It is significant adverse scenic effect.
And
So
you don't think 80% of the view is significant?
I think if I'm looking out the view as I drive up and I get to this little berm and there's this little opening here and there's a little bit of a garage there, I'm going to say, no, that's not significant.
I'm just going to say I'm less concerned about that bit of the view. I mean, I think some good arguments are made on both sides, but I don't like what's happening from PCH. It really changes the character of, I mean, yeah, there are houses down closer to the west, down lower down, but this is kind of a quantum shift towards the Encino Canyon view shed. It's really, feels, it's in a way, it's a little bit analogous to me to the problem I had with Noranda further up, where you could see that house really easily from Encino, and it changed the character of what it's like to drive up there. This is
I think that's a much more significant issue than the other one, reverse down.
So, all right, Mark.
Yeah, so I don't have any problems with particularly with the size. I don't think that reducing the size is going to make that big of a difference in the ESHA. I think most of the ESHA is preserved anyway because the house is sited toward the road, and the fuel mod, more than half of the fuel mod is the road and the other side of the road. I'm not so sure looking from PCH, it's pretty far away. The difference between a 2,000 square foot and a 5,000 square foot house in this configuration being low, slung and set into the hill is going to make that big of a difference. That being said, my concern is the well. And I wanted to know from staff, I talked to Adrian about it a little bit earlier, but I guess I didn't get to the crux of the issue as to when the report was done on the specs of the well, the gallons per minute and all of that, because now we're in a 1,200 year drought, and I live in an area where there are homes that are solely on well that have gone dry in dry years where the waters had to be trucked in, and we all know what we live in a fire prone area, and so I wanted to hear from Adrian what the date of that report was, and is it something that should be recertified at this point?
Like I said before, I'm having some issues with access to the planning drive, so it might be difficult for me to get that information for you today, but we know that in 2013, they built the water well, so the report would have come in right after that. All I could say about it is that they did meet the requirements from the Department of Health of LA County Department of Health for purposes of having enough water, as well as for the water meeting the potable use requirements. There were a number of contaminants that were tested, and it was shown to be safe.
Let me ask you a question on that. Potable water in water tanks has to be cycled every 3 days, and then you have fire water. So that's why the fire department empties their tanks during the day and fills them at night. And this was, I think, as I remember, 3.5 gallons a minute, this well. Now that was 9 years ago, before a 9-year drought. So I hope it's still good, but you're saying it has a health department approval. Does it have the 1,250 gallons a minute for 2 hours approval from the fire department? And that isn't mentioned anywhere in here.
No, they don't, because the tanks aren't there. So the size of the tanks and the water fed requirement or the gravity fed requirement of the water tanks, that's a fire department requirement. The testing that was done on the well was based on water that was directly extracted from the well.
Okay. Now, when the staff report on 31 to 35 talks about this is in a high fire hazard zone and talks about this, but it also states, and we stated in the 2010 report that we needed a fire hazard study. Okay, now that seems like a dumb thing, it's going to burn, but this thing is on a 2-to-1 cliff. And we used to require firewalls because when you get a fire going up an 800-foot high cliff, at 2-to-1, it puts out a flame at the top that's maybe 100 feet high. So we used to require firewalls sticking out of the cliff to divert it. In this case, none of that was done. And the other question I had is the fire plug is in the middle of the road.
Now that I agree with you on.
Okay, and how can you put a fire plug in the middle of a highway? And how do you get permission to do that? It's a
to be clear, it's not in the middle. It's in the right of way, though.
It's in the middle of the right of way. Okay.
Yeah. It's a bad place.
In the right of way. It's in the right of way.
In the direct middle of the right of way. If you look at the elevation plan and give you the number,
it's in the shoulder outside of the paved road.
It's in the middle of the easement, direct center. And you put up a display that showed it. It's in my notes here somewhere.
So you're saying that the paved road is completely off to one side of the easement?
Yeah, but again, this is not their property. This, and that road may get bigger. Someday, but somebody might move to Malibu. We only have so many roads that go over the mountains, and we're putting a fire plug in the middle of it. You wouldn't allow that on PCH. You wouldn't allow that on Canaan. But we've got
a public works issue. What's going on?
I don't know.
Oh, the staff.
It's really not a public works issue. All hydrants have to be in the public right of way so that they can be accessed by the fire department, and they all have to be located in the shoulder. Now, when roads are widened, the hydrants are relocated at that time. Now, if there is a better location, we can look into that with the fire department to see if that new location will still meet the fire department requirements.
Well, there's nothing else to put out around there but this house. So why wouldn't it be on their property or on the show, on their border?
Dennis?
Well, Commissioner Mazza, I couldn't agree with you more. There's a couple things here. This being outside the fence line like that, I just had that on Avienda Del Mar, and the fire department came back and told the owner, oh no, we need it outside the fence line. Okay, but you don't need it out there like that. My problem with the area this is, what if somebody all of a sudden starts to steal their water, and they figure out a way to just one night they pull up and they're able to steal water, and they can do that. All you gotta do is even if they lock the tap or whatever, they can get out there and they can steal the water. There's nothing stopping them from opening that draft hydrant and getting water out of those tanks, put out a fire. So they got to ask forgiveness to me. Hopefully somebody can ask forgiveness for them and get that, especially because it's on Encinal, nothing around it. They can get that thing inside the fence line, and the fire department can still come in. They got a Knox lock. They're going to open it up. They'll see the hydrant on the side or wherever they're going to put it, but that's not good to be out there. If somebody's going to bag their water, we're in a drought, they'll steal it. They'll steal it.
All right.
Greg, let me just mention something else. On page 9 to 35, the ERB gave their recommendations. One of their recommendations was a fire behavioral analysis, because it's the same thing as that house you mentioned farther up the canyon. You hang a house over a cliff, unless you know how the fire's going to happen, it's not going to make it on a 2-to-1 slope or a 1-to-1 slope. A lot of this 1.5 to 1, and we're not requiring that. They just blew off the ERB. We put a fire hydrant somewhere crazy. There's a provision in the 2010 provisions that they may not fence the Asha. It's fenced. Okay, there's a lot of things that just got blown off on this house. I'll bring another one up that you may think is trivial, but we have in our design standards and in the LIP that you shall not use corrugated metal as the siding of a house. Well, this house is corrugated metal. Just endless things like that. I've got 5 pages of them. I don't think we need to discuss them all, but this is very, very, very far from being able to make the findings that say that this follows the LIP or the municipal code. Very, very far.
Okay, towards contemplating some direction for a resolution, I would like to summarize some of the issues I have with it. I don't know if you guys are collectively leaning towards an approval, a conditioned approval, a denial. I'm not quite feeling everything here, so I'm not sure what the best. Should I lay out just a bullet point summary of my issues? Does that help anybody, or does somebody want to make a motion right now?
Well, I'd make a motion right now to approve staff's recommendation.
Do we have a second for that?
I'm going to approve it. I'm going to second it for discussion purposes. I think there's some issues with regard to a couple of items that we can apply some conditions.
Okay. Let me just lay out my concerns, at least so they're on the record. I think I touched on them, but just to summarize. Resolution H1 regarding ESHA states the baseline, quote, "A residence and related fuel modification are not permitted activities in ESHA." So then, we have a variance request, not a variance required, but a variance request. And I have not seen the evidence regarding the privileges and the deprivation of privilege and not all that we're required to support a variance. Likewise, I can't be persuaded, I haven't been persuaded, I should say, about the hillside ordinance. I still see a 46-foot high house. And on the ESHA thing, I think we could, LIP 4.7 about economically viable use says we're supposed to minimize impacts to the maximum extent feasible. I don't think we've done that here. I don't think we can make the resolution D3 on the variance for construction on slopes, because the way it's framed in kind of an all or nothing approach, that like if you strictly applied this thing, then you couldn't build anything here, is the gist of what it says. And I don't think we need to strictly apply it. I think you could probably build something smaller and more compact that would work better. Similarly, on the 24-foot height site plan review, I guess that ties in with the hillside ordinance height, though. So, I mean, those are my broad concerns. I'm hard to persuade at this point. So, John, you have your hand up.
Oh, I wasn't ready, but I do. There's certain things that we required a long time ago that I think we have to require. One was a fire behavioral analysis to make sure this thing is even close to safe to live in. That's an ERB thing. I didn't invent that. We have to make sure that the fire suppression systems are on property. We have to follow what we stated was ESHA shall not be fenced.
Okay, hang on, John. We have a motion on the table to approve. So you're pitching these as conditions
Yeah, they're conditions I'd like, and if I don't like them, if they are just rejected, which is not uncommon.
Well, let's okay one at a time. You guys, the first and second on the motion. How do you feel about the fire behavioral analysis?
There's something in the staff report that addresses that, and I can't put my finger on it, but maybe Adrian can.
Yeah, so there is a statement in the staff report. This was a recommendation from the ERB, and we did have a conversation with the applicant, and they discussed it, and they decided that it wasn't something they needed to do, and they did have a conversation with the fire department about what other requirements they would need on the project, and the fuel modification is all they required. We have had conversations about firewalls, which is one of the comments Commissioner Mazza brought up, and firewalls was something that the fire department was applying to some projects. They don't anymore. They don't see a benefit to firewalls, and they don't ask for that anymore on projects. So, which is why that wasn't added to this project. But a fire behavioral analysis is just not something the planning department has requested. And it's just not something that we thought would accomplish much in the sense that I think the property owners realize that they're building in an area where it is a high fire zone area, and if they wanted to do that for themselves, then I think that's a choice for them.
Was that something done for the Noranda project we just talked about a minute ago?
No,
it's never been required before.
But anybody who's lived here a while has seen fires come over ridges and flames 100 feet high, and you can't live through it. Okay, period. You can't. I mean,
I agree with John in that. I mean, if it were my house, I would want to do everything possible to, particularly if it's my family's house, to make sure that fire does not destroy the house and the family with it. But I think one of the points that was made was that the fire department requires this and nothing else. I mean, we know what the fire behavior is going to be like. It's going to come up that draw, and as you said, it's going to be a huge fire at the end of it. But I'm not sure that I'm not any kind of an expert in either fire behavior or fire hardening. So I don't know what I can do except to advise them that they better become experts in it and act accordingly.
Well, and looking at the rendering, they've got plants all along the front edges of the balconies. And if the point is the fire's coming up and you have a whole concrete face, maybe you have some hope of withstanding it, but maybe not if you have lined the edges of that with plants.
Well, I've been here long enough. If you're safe for the fire at that place, you're toast. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I do think we need, required by law and required by the EIR that we approved in 2010, we need a jurisdictional delineation. Does the California Fish and Game have authority, and does the federal agency have authority over this property? And that's just a requirement. If somebody goes to the feds and say, hey, you got a blue line here, are you guys in charge of it? They can shut you down. I just think it's senseless to require something and then go, oh, never mind, because their biologist doesn't want to do it. Especially when you have a drawing in our staff report.
It was required.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Now, again, I have to emphasize the hillside ordinance is not.
Wait, John, wait, before you move on, we've got a motion. Do you guys want to underscore the already required that they need that jurisdictional determination? Just going to let it slide? What's your?
Well, I'm just trying to figure it out.
I mean, it's an administrative thing and it's a legal thing that the order was, we need this determination. The applicant shall provide it. The applicant didn't. So maybe it's not necessary, but it was ordered.
It was ordered by us.
Richard?
Right? It was ordered by us.
And it was ordered because we got an EIR that showed it.
Thank you, Chair Hill. Our city biologist, if she is still here, she looked at the site-specific biological assessment that was provided. And the reason why the previous biologist granted the approval on the project that he did was because based on their site-specific, and she can explain this in better terms than me, site-specific analysis, there was no evidence of a drainage course on the property. And that's why the previous biologist did not look for that or add that as a condition of approval. However, the commission, as part of their motion tonight, could choose to do, you could be independent of that and render your own determination. But that's why it's in front of you without that letter.
Well, Richard, I just want to ask you why, when they did the biological assessment, did they put on attachment number 2, the very last page, a drawing of it? Okay, it's right there. And I guess that our biologist never bothered to look at the original MND. Never bothered to look at it because it's right there, It's evidence. It's in our staff report, and it's ERB thing. So to have another biologist come along and say, well, I don't see it, but this other guy who's got a license and wrote a 80-page report saw it and drew a drawing of it. That's what it mystifies me, why we can change things that have gone through ERBs and planning commissions and all this stuff and then just say, never mind. But that's up to you guys' motion, whether it passes or not.
I'd kind of like to hear from the city biologist if she's on the.
Yeah.
I think there's probably another explanation than John's claim of her incompetence.
Before we have Courtney address this, I just want to point to the exhibit that Commissioner Mazza is pointing out. This exhibit was in the biological assessment.
Adrian, you've just gone mute.
We heard him. We hear him.
I can hear you, Adrian.
Okay, good.
Well, okay, I got a message that my internet connection is unstable, which is not true, but okay, go ahead.
All right. So
talking about you.
I was saying that the exhibit that Commissioner Mazza was pointing to is an exhibit that the project biologist included in the original bioassessment and the update to that bioassessment. And it does not, although it shows it in blue, it does not identify that line as a stream. Instead, it identifies it as a site ravine. So he is not identifying it as a stream. And then the text in the biological assessment indicates that there is no identifiable bed and bank, and therefore it does not qualify as a stream. which is why there was, again, a determination that there is no stream on the property. Now, the reason the Planning Commission added that condition is because that condition was a recommendation from ERB. And typically with ERB recommendations, staff just add those as conditions of approval. It wasn't something that the Planning Commission specifically requested. It was kind of just added as a recommendation from ERB. But again, it was later determined, and we can have Courtney now, tell us why it was decided that this wasn't required.
Sure. Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, so I'm just going to mostly confirm a lot of what you just said, that the exhibit that you are referring to does in fact show it in the color blue, which is possibly deceiving, but it is identified as a site ravine, and further, the language within the biological assessment describes it as not having a definable bed and bank, as Adrian already said, and beyond that, it does not contain any riparian vegetation, which those are two indications of it being of a jurisdictional nature. And so therefore the biologist at the time, the project biologist, determined that it was not of a jurisdictional nature. And that is the information that was provided to our city biologist at the time. And it is, our protocol to take the site assessment and apply that to, the LIP and make a determination based off of that.
Can I ask you a question? Could, not would, could California Department of Fish and Game or the U.S. Federal Waterways Commission determine that they had jurisdiction over those sites, that site?
So the Department of Fish and Wildlife determines that they have jurisdiction over, basically, they have jurisdiction until the top of bank. So the entire riparian area of something that is defined as a stream. And so if it is not defined as a stream based on a biological determination, then they decide that they do not have jurisdiction over that area. Army Corps, you'd have to get a jurisdictional delineation to determine if it is, if it does have, the required soils. I mean, most of the jurisdictional delineation was done during the biological assessment. The only thing that's missing is the soil determination. And that's when Army Corps decides if they have jurisdiction.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Our Army Corps is not going to call that a wetland. It's just not.
Well, ask a farmer. They now call a cow patty a wetland until they change the law.
So Jeff, having asked for that clarification, are you happy to have taken up our time?
Yeah, no, I think that I really can't support John's position on this because, I live on a fat piece of property, and I suppose I could always go ask, make a determination. Why anybody would want to do that, I don't know. But the real issue is John's concern is that they may come in and block the project. Well, all right, so that's on the applicant.
Yeah. All right. So you've got the motion on the table. Are there any other?
Any more?
I have one. I did add a friendly amendment that we have the well recertified as a condition, since it's it's been how many years? 9 years since the original test, and it's years have gotten drier and drier and drier, and we're now in a 1,200-year drought.
That makes sense. Would you guys support that?
It makes sense, but I'm a little confused about what the process is, because my understanding is it's largely the fire department that is concerned about this. And the fire department, that's the reason why the tanks are there. I guess the tanks give the required fire flow for the required period of time. And so I guess the issue is, do we have enough water in the ground to refill those tanks? And you don't really care how long it takes to refill the tank. So what kind of a certification would
Well,
be?
the potable water too, just for domestic use. Do they have enough for just the domestic use? And do we want to approve a project that has to have water trucked in? I mean, if there's no water, period.
No. I get your point, but I mean, do we just say it has to be recertified, or do we say recertified as what? Recertified to the standard to which it was tested 10 years ago? Or?
Yeah, whatever. It's tested to whatever the code requires.
I'm not sure there is a code on it.
There isn't.
There is not a code.
There are codes that require recirculation. That's why we have all the problems with the water tanks we have now. You can't just fill them and leave them. You can't let them go dry. You got to have water coming in and out.
Well, it has to be potable.
And there are Department of Health rules on that.
Right.
Yeah, the portability is something they test, but how the well will replenish, that's a test that they do where they basically extract the water, pump the water out for a couple hours, and then they wait to find out how quickly the well will regenerate. There isn't a standard for that. They just have to show that there's water and that there is going to be enough water for to meet the fire department requirement.
Let me this is kind of a long shot, but can anybody say offhand how new the house is that's on the hill? It's not in view of this place, and the driveway is way up the road, but there is a house that's kind of above it, and whether they would have any septic percolation coming down towards this or not, I don't know.
43 Encinal with a long driveway?
Yes.
Yeah.
How old is that house?
Since 2000, when I was working on Winding Way East, so probably from 2009, 10, probably 10.
So that house was
started working on it.
That house was in for what, a few years before the water test was done down here?
Oh, I'm just telling you when they started work up there, because I was wanting to bid the driveway, of course.
I mean, it seems like a long shot, but it could be that circumstances are different now than when it was tested.
So, by the way, I just want I'm glad I received an email from the applicant. They're saying that the well was completed in December 2019 and was certified. It has to be recertified at the end of this year, and they can read, and that's part of the report that was provided by LA County.
Who requires the certification? The fire department?
LA County.
This would be
it's health department, I would think.
The health department.
Health department. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, that's good enough for me.
Okay.
Okay.
As far as that goes, can we have a condition that they must have their fire suppression hydrant on their property or on the boundary of their property, not in the middle of the highway?
Dennis, what do you think about this? Because I hate to put in conditions that you got to do this, and then the fire department says, no, you don't. Or Public Works says it, or somebody else says it, because we don't know what.
And it's not even up to the applicant, I don't think.
Well, actually, if in this case with Nick Barsicchini running the front end of this thing, him having a rapport with those guys, I'd be over in Calabasas and ask for a little forgiveness about that, trying to get that thing pulled back in. Pulled back in as close as you can to either the fence on the outside. I hate being it out there. They could put it on the inside, but these guys, they want these things on the outside now. And to me, this area doesn't lend that. So if that's
what if we said something like this, that the fire hydrant shall be pulled as close to the interior of the fence wall as allowed by other agencies, or as other agencies allow.
Yeah, I think anything to help. What do you think, Commissioner Mazza? And what do you think on that?
I think you would need, I personally think you would need an encroachment permit from the Caltrans.
Well, if they do, they're going to have to get it. So
It's not a Caltrans right of way. It's the cities, but the condition can, we can write it so that they locate it on their property, unless the fire department is, doesn't allow it. So in other words, I believe if you put it as close to the fence, you're already on the subject property. So we're taking it outside of the right of way. But if they choose to put it inside the fence or anywhere else on their property, I don't think there's any objections to that. Are there?
No, not for me.
No.
Trevor, you
I
getting
don't think
that
they're
down?
going to do it.
Well, it's worth
okay.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
So it would be the fire hydrant must be relocated on the subject property, and unless not allowed by the fire department.
Unless perhaps, Adrian, what do you think if they provide something from the fire department saying that it cannot be there? That way it's on record.
Yes.
I'll go with that.
You need a city encroachment permit?
No, if it's on the subject
Yeah.
property.
You only need that if
It's in the highway, in the roadway.
if it is, then it needs that.
It would just need the city's encroachment permit.
That's to be determined later.
So it'd be to add a condition saying the fire hydrant must be relocated onto the subject property unless prohibited by the fire department. Does that work?
And I think that Richard's restatement of that was unless the applicant supplies documentation from the fire department prohibiting that relocation, so that there would be a document.
Yeah.
Prohibited in writing.
Yeah.
Or how about relocated to as close to the subject property as practical? Because I'm not sure they're going to put a city fire hydrant on private property.
Well, they put it on the.
I don't know, but as practical, I think Richard's formulation was probably what we're looking for, because move it onto the property unless the applicant provides documentation from the fire department prohibiting that move, right? That wasn't what you were saying, Richard?
That leaves them open to not move it at all.
That's a chance we have to take. That's going to be, to me, it's like I said, it's a rapport between Nick Barsicchini and Johnny over in Calabasas at the fire department.
Yeah,
and basically,
if they take a second look at it now, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, you're right." Okay.
We can add we could add on the end, so it could read fire hydrant must be relocated onto the subject property unless prohibited in writing by the fire department, and shall otherwise be relocated as close to the subject property as possible.
I like that.
And Commissioner Mazza, condition number 68 of the resolution includes the requirement to obtain any encroachment permits from the city. If it is going to basically anything on this project in the right of way, the work for the driveway, it has been conditioned.
Okay, great.
So there's one more amendment you need probably, which is that section 3 refers to this decision being made by city council. And I don't think this project is there yet. So you just need to, that was a cut and paste. You need to put planning commission in there. Section 3.
I'll make that a general direction so that in case there were other ones that were missed. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I do think, because of the way this is situated on incident, the ERB had recommended a traffic plan, and I think they do need a traffic plan on that curve. Ingress and egress.
They have it. They show it on the plan. It's there. It shows the 32-foot radius is named for the fire trucks. That's all you got. That's all anybody's going to do.
I'm talking cars.
Well, you know what the cars are going to do, and they've got they're going to make the turn. There's no traffic plan. I mean, they've got their gate far enough off the road, thank goodness, that they're not hanging out on the edge. So that's
right on the right of way. But okay.
You're talking about the construction plan, right? They need to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to be hauling all kinds of stuff out of there.
Isn't that something that we have as a general?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's already a standard condition about that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys care, but we originally conditioned this thing as no boundary fencing because of the steepness of that hill.
So that caught my eye. I didn't get that, John. Are there fences shown on the plans?
There are fences on the site now, but we were told they're just for grading and dirt retention and would be removed later.
Well, we should have
the chain link.
Yeah, but you should put a condition that they should be removed then.
Well, so Adrian.
Yes.
No, Adrian.
Yeah.
Fences. Are the fences? Are there going to be fences remaining after the project is completed or not?
So I was just looking at that. So condition 26 requires that fencing or walls shall be prohibited within ESHA except where necessary for public safety or habitat protection or restoration. Condition 27, it says development adjacent to but not within ESHA may include fencing if necessary for security or within the clustered development area. So we do have some requirements for temporary fencing for construction, but all the permanent fencing would have to adhere to these two conditions.
And nobody's going to crawl up that hill to rob you.
Yeah,
true. Just mountain goats.
And high tick habitat, as I used to.
Well, so it sounds like you want to put a condition that clarifies that the fencing that's in there now is temporary and shall be removed.
Yeah,
but it's in there. It's in the staff report. It's got to come out.
That's not how I read what Adrian just said, but
Adrian, do we need a condition?
I mean, the fencing, there is fencing there, but the fencing is along basically the front. Is there a concern about that fencing or anything else?
It surrounds the whole.
There's it's all around.
It's around the construction area, right? The
okay.
development area.
Okay.
But what we're worried about primarily is the fencing any fencing that extends down toward Pacific Coast Highway. At least that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah. The notion being that we are still in ESHA here and that, the animals and critters want to be able to come all the way up to the house.
Put it in. Put it in. Put it in.
And an addition can be added, requiring that all existing fencing be removed.
Yeah, put it in.
Okay. All right.
And then one more, and I don't think you guys want to follow the code, but the code does not allow houses.
Doesn't allow what?
Houses to be surfaced with corrugated metal. Now, do we want to just shine that again?
Yeah,
isn't that a standard condition?
No, it's not.
It's in our code, but the idea was it was like a Quonset hut, reflective corrugated metal, and we have allowed a lot of covering materials. I'm losing my voice here.
And Malibu was supposed to be rustic and rural and blah blah blah, and you weren't supposed
nothing more rural than a Quonset hut.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if you notice, like the building on the corner of Canaan and Coast Highway, it's faced with shiny silver metal. There's no bother to put a condition in.
I don't want to put the commission in because I have a lot of faith in Marmo Radner to come up with.
There was something that came up with Vetus. I think it was Vetus that
it's just been the last couple of months.
Yeah, our last week.
Yeah, that was about it can't be rolled, but it can be the other way, or I forget what it was.
Yeah.
If you ever look up T16, which is what he was talking about, there's some discrepancy because it is rolled and shiny, but whatever.
I don't want to get into that, John.
All right, so
just to finish it off.
Read it back, Trevor. Take a vote.
Take the findings with what you have in your resolution.
Okay.
I don't think there's any way you can make all the findings of what you have in your.
Well, I'm just going to say, just to be brief, I can't vote for something that's not minimized to the maximum extent feasible as required and is 46 feet high. So.
Oh, I have one more comment. After 12 years, how long are you going to give them to build it? Another 12?
The usual amount, John.
Well, is that what you're going to put in the resolution? The usual
The
amount?
CDP has its own self-executing.
Yeah, that's in there, John.
We added a condition.
That's in there.
specific to address that. Let me see if I can find it.
I think that's in there. I don't think I think that's even not I think John was kind of half joking about that.
Well, I would be surprised if it wasn't built 12 years from now. But
While Adrian's looking, I can read the motion back if the commission would like.
Sounds good.
Please.
The motion is staff's recommendation with the following changes. Add a condition that states that the fire hydrant must be relocated onto the subject property unless prohibited in writing by the fire department and shall otherwise be relocated as close to the subject property as possible. Then add a condition that states that all existing fencing shall be removed. And then a direction to staff to correct any references to the city council to read the planning commission as appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Does that accurately reflect the motion and the second?
It does.
Me, yes.
Think so. Okay, let's have a roll call then, please. Rebecca, are you still awake?
I am awake. I'm just having we're having some tech issues at City Hall. So Commissioner Jennings.
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazza.
no.
Commissioner Wetton.
Yes.
Chair Hill.
No.
Motion carries.
And with that, I think we're talking about a break here.
Chair Hill, if I may jump in quickly.
Yeah.
The applicant for the next item has sent us an email within the past few minutes asking if the item could be continued. I believe that's correct, Jessica? And
That's correct.
We're talking about 5C cure.
yes, and Marnie, if she's still on here, is the applicant. She was at the 20th, Jessica?
Correct, yes.
So
Marnie is showing us being on here, and the owners are under Mike.
What is the basis for the request? I mean, we're here now. We could take a break and come back. Is there something?
What? It started at 10:30.
You're just a glutton, Craig.
What part of my concern is it sounds like we're already loading some things onto the 20th, right? So.
Well, I just want to make a comment. The numbers don't add up.
We can't comment on. If you have questions, please refer to staff. But we're just going to deal with the request for continuance.
I mean, is the request have to do with like it's late tonight, or is it we need to continue it because we have other things we need to work out?
I believe Marnie's hand is raised in the meeting.
Yeah, Marnie, let's just on that specific comment. What are you looking at?
Well, my issue is that I am in a time zone 8 hours ahead of you.
Oh.
And I had not expected to go quite this long, and I have a train to catch.
Oh, dear.
Okay, and Craig, I'd like to make a motion that we continue because of Marty's request and defects.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we hold the train for her. No. Okay, second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Hold on, we're continuing the item to what date?
The 20th of June, correct, Jessica? That was their request?
Yes.
So the motion is to continue to item 5C to, sorry, say it again, Richard?
June 20th. I've been messing up my dates today.
Make sure it wasn't July. June 20th, 5C to June 20th.
And Richard, Marnie already confirmed with you that would work for her?
In their request, yes.
Okay, all right, okay.
Question, Richard, didn't you say you were going to publish tomorrow? There's no planned changes to this report. It would just be simply the same report that you see. And yes, our publishing is scheduled for Wednesday. Everything gets to Rebecca, and we'll shoot to get it out there Thursday afternoon, Friday morning.
We are actually, Patricia had asked if we could try to put the packet out on Wednesday, so that might be challenging. But we will make that attempt. And then could I also ask the commissioners to hold on to their plans for item 5C? And also for 5D. The plan set for Baylord Road can be tossed because new plans will be coming with that one.
What was C and D? Can you just tell us?
This item right now is the Coupa, the conditional use permit amendment 21-002 for Cure.
And there was another one?
Yes, the CDP 22-013
Chili
and
cook-off.
TUP 22-010 chili cook-off.
Okay.
All right, so we need to vote on the continuance.
Continuance.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mazza,
Yes.
Commissioner Jennings,
Yes.
Commissioner Wetton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith,
Yes.
Chair Hill,
Yes.
motion carries.
Move we adjourn.
I move we have a 10-minute pee break before we, no, never mind.
If we have a quorum when you get back.
I'll second the motion. Thank you, everybody.
So Commissioner Mazza,
Yes.
Chair Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Jennings,
Yes.
Commissioner Wetton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith,
Oh, yeah.
motion carries.
All right, folks.
Good
Have a
night, all.
Good week. And Rebecca, I'll see you tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Night night.